I'd like to call this meeting to order. Would you please join us for a moment of silence to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance?
As we have our moment of silence this evening, let's remember our town, our entire town, our young people, our seniors, and I'd like to say and add on that, our veterans, for our moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, item number 2, discussion possible decision on regarding moving the order or deletion of agenda items. Anything from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to delete from the consent agenda the minutes from...
Is your mic on?
Can't hit the button hard enough. I would like to delete from the consent agenda the minutes from February 8th, please.
Is that the second one? I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion to delete the minutes of February 8th from the consent agenda item. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Anything else on the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull consent agenda item 16C and place it as a regular agenda item 5A, Advisory Board Reports. I would also like to address number 11 and 12 before taking action on 9 and 10 because of questions regarding the costs that would be incurred for legal services under a new agreement. Therefore, I'm asking to please move item number 11 and item number 12 and place as item number 9 and 10, which would then place 9 and 10 as 11 and 12, just reversing those two. Thank you.
Why?
Do I have a second on that?
Could you restate that, please?
What she would like to do is move item 11 and 12 to be in front of 9 and 10, basically just swapping the order to where 11 would be 9 and 12 would be 10, and thus making 9, 11, and 10, 12.
And pulling consent agenda item number 16C and placing it as regular agenda item number 5A.
I don't have a problem with that. I'll second that.
Okay, so the motion is to move 9 and 10 down the order and move 11 and 12 up and pull 5C and place it on with the advisory board reports.
Mr. Chairman, I second that motion.
16C.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
How can you put a action item underneath a non-action item?
I agree.
Mr. Chairman, I believe she's just asking that it be moved up and it be under 5, so it would still be 16C.
It would still be an action item.
Yeah, but you're coming underneath the action, underneath the non-action item though.
Would you,
By putting it as 5A or 5B or 5C, it stands alone as an action item.
Okay. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I second that motion.
Okay, we have,
Mr.
Mr. Culkin already had. I was just restating what the motion was for clarification. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. That's 11, 12, 9, 10, 5A. Any other changes to the agenda? Anything from staff?
No, sir.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to item number 3, announcements.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a number of announcements. The first announcement is the reading of the mission statement for the town of Pahrump. The town of Pahrump's mission is to serve its citizens by improving the community's quality of life through implementation of defined goals, which include 1, a quality and responsive fire department, which meets the anticipated growth and safety needs of the community. 2, providing recreational facilities to accommodate the growing needs of outdoor activities of all citizens. 3, attracting economic development to provide necessary services and enhance the local economy. 4, responsive and efficient government. 5, enforcement of ordinances that protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And 6, preservation of the town's rural lifestyle by managing the effects of growth. That mission statement was put into effect in February of '98, and I felt important that we make announcements on those mission statements so that all of us can know what our mission is. The other announcements: Pahrump Arena Advisory Board will meet on March 10th at 7 p.m. in the town annex. Pahrump Incorporation Advisory Board will meet on March 16th at 6:30 p.m. in the town annex. Pahrump Parks and Recreation Advisory Board will meet on March 16th at 6:30 in the town office conference room. The Pahrump Veterans Memorial Advisory Board will meet on March 17th at 6 p.m. in the town annex. And the Pahrump Tourism and Convention Council will be meeting on April 14th instead of April 7th at 8 a.m. in the town annex. There will be a business entitlement workshop on March 15th at 10 a.m. in the town annex. And there will be a ribbon cutting, there will be a ribbon cutting on March 15th at 12:15 p.m. at the VW agency, Allstate, through the Chamber of Commerce. The League of Women Voters of Pahrump Valley are hosting a film on March 10th and March 23rd at 6 p.m. at the Pahrump Nugget Event Center. There's attachments and flyers available. Social Security Administration will be in town annex on March 29th from 9 to 11 a.m. The Town of Pahrump Budget Workshop will take place March 29th, 30th, and 31st at 5 p.m. I hope it's not 5 a.m.
5 p.m.
5 p.m. in the town annex. Pahrump Tax Aids will be offering a free tax service to qualified applicants in the town annex on Wednesdays and Saturdays. And you can contact Fern Payne at 775-727-4258, as she does ask for appointments. The Nye County Veterans Service Office will be celebrating their 5th anniversary on April 26th from 1 to 5 p.m. in the Pahrump Nugget banquet room. And there's flyers available. Also, there is a parent involvement classes and events scheduled for March. And you can find what those parent involvement classes and events are. They're scheduled for March 14th, 15th, 23rd, and 29th. And they're being held at the Nye County School District Pre-K Parenting Classroom, which is on Mount Charleston Drive, 2200 South Mount Charleston Drive. If you have any questions, you can contact Linda Fitzgibbons. She is the Nye County School District Parent Involvement Liaison, and her number is 775-727-1875.
Thank you very much. I had a couple of announcements myself. The Simpkins Park grand opening will be April 9th I don't have a time or details exactly on that, but there are some information request forms that can be filled out by the public to basically tell us what you want to see in future parks. And also the movie night in the park, the big kickoff on that will be the weekend of the 4th of July. So we're looking forward to an amazing kickoff with a film on Saturday night being the Saturday before the 4th. So we're looking forward to that. Anything else from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I put a packet together that's over there if anybody would like to get it. If you would like to support the town in Senate Bill 155, which is the town trying to take over planning and zoning, that packet will be useful to you. It has all the board members of the Senate committee that Mrs. Parker and myself and Mr. Kohlbarger went before. And we would encourage you to get one of those if you support this, and give letters, send letters or emails or whatever. Letters are always the best because I got to read them. And contact these people and tell them that you would like to see the town of Pahrump be able to take over its planning and zoning in its future.
Thank you. Anything else from the board?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes, please listen to Harley on that one. He put some effort into putting the package together. The thing that I'd like to announce is I cut this out of the Mirror. It says volunteers needed. The town of Pahrump is seeking volunteers to fill vacancies on the following advisory boards: Pahrump Veterans Memorial, Incorporation, Nuclear Waste and Environmental, Parks and Rec, Public Lands, and the Youth Advisory Board. It's my understanding that there are some forums here that you can pick up. You can download them from the website. You can pick them up in the office. But we need your help. Here's your chance to have a say as to how the town is run. So please, help us out and fill these advisory boards. Thank you.
Anything further from the board?
Yes,
Mr.
Mr.
Waters?
Chairman, I'd like to reiterate, and Ms. Parker just stole my thunder on that, because that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Several people have approached me and mentioned, why don't you use our expertise? And I said, we will, we want to. All you need to do is sign up for an advisory board. And he said, I didn't know you had advisory boards. So please, let's get the word out. We do have advisory boards, and we want that expertise, because I'm going to say, I know for myself, but I'm going to try and speak for the other four. We're not all knowing and all seeing. We just don't know everything. We have a lot of knowledge and a lot of professional people in this town that can help us. We really do want your help, as Ms. Parker said. We need your help. So please, sign up for one of the advisory boards, and if it's something else that you'd like to do, let us know. You can contact the chairman, let him know, look, there's something missing. I think you can do this or that. We want to hear from you. We really do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Colvin?
I forgot one more important one. Next Monday, March 14th, and perhaps somebody knows what the time is, because I've heard two different times, 4 or 6 p.m. The county commissioners will be having that public hearing about abolishing this town board. So if you want to support us, we'd sure like to see you there.
6 p.m.
Okay, because I was told 6:30.
They want you to come late.
Yeah, figures.
Mr. Chairman, there is also the workshop that Pool Pack, which is the insurance cover, they cover the insurance for the town. They will be putting a workshop for all advisory board members or people that are interested in joining an advisory board or just want to learn a little bit more about the operation and how the town is structured as far as the requirements of NRS and the other requirements of just governing a town. But they do a very good job. It's March 23rd at 6:30, and that'll be here in the chamber office. So please try to come to that also if you just want to find out a little bit more how you might operate if you were on an advisory board. Thank you.
And that's 6:30? I have 6 o'clock.
That's what I got.
Sorry, it's 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, too.
Yes.
That's what I got.
6 to 9. Any further from the board? Anything from staff? We'll open it up to the public. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Sandra Darby. I went to a Grange Association meeting on March 13th, and it's a grassroots organization that's national, but it encourages private involvement rather than government involvement. And it's, like I said, grassroots, and they're having another organizational meeting on March 20th at 1:30 at the Senior Citizens Center. I encourage everybody to come. They sponsor things, whatever the people here want is what they'll encourage. If you want dances, if you want to, they even talked about rebuilding the Bob Root Center, funneling money through a nonprofit, which would help. It's very informative. They're very nice people. Anyhow, it's March 20th, Senior Citizen Center and the Grange. We had Grange associations where we came from, and I played bingo there. But anyhow, if you have any questions, I do have some pamphlets, which I think I forgot tonight. But you can call me at 775-751-1461 if you want any more information. Thank you.
What was the time on that?
1:30, March 20th.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I won't be that long this time. Dave Stevens, a prompt citizen taxpayer. They got a meeting over there at the county the 14th about abolishing the town board. I am all in favor of getting rid of this town board. I've thought about it for a couple of years. I didn't sign that paper. But I'd love to get rid of this town board. But I've changed my mind. They're going to take our fire department away from us, which would be the biggest mistake they ever made in this town. Plus the people that work for this town are the best darn people in the state of Nevada, as far as I'm concerned. I like them all. There's not a sore head in the whole works of them. And I'd go to bat for any one of them in a heartbeat. Anybody that works for this town, except my friend over here, Kohlberger. Thank you.
Is it an announcement or a public comment? Because public comment is up right after the announcements.
Announcement.
Okay.
I'm Katrine Romanoff, a resident. I watched this morning on C-SPAN the Senate Budget Committee, who had Alan Simpson and Erskine Bowles again presenting the results of their committee, looking at the realities and which are serious and dangerous about our financial crisis. And this is what we will be paying attention to at Liberty Forum. That's the group that I'm announcing the meeting. Liberty Forum, March 17th. It's a Thursday, and it'll be in a new location. It's going to be at 110 Emory Street, and it's at 7 o'clock. We're not doing dinner at the homestead anymore, unfortunately. We did enjoy that, but it evidently is in a location that's far from some. So we're trying to be centrally located now. It's a meeting room 110 Emory. I'm going to show some of this presentation from C-SPAN because I think that if you don't know what's happening, you better know. And the topic of the subject for the evening will be, we need a Pahrump Tea Party.
What time's the meeting?
I'm sorry, Katrine, what time did you say the meeting was?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Al Balakwi. I'm with the Community Business Economic Development for the town of Pahrump, the staff. I just wanted to remind the board and the citizens here that we will be holding another business entitlement workshop on the 15th, Tuesday. That will be from 10 o'clock till noon, and from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening at the town annex. We'll be covering whether you should incorporate or not your business, the types of business ownership, sole proprietor partnership, corporation, LLC, C Corp, S Corp. You know, what you need to do to to get a business license, what the requirements are by the federal, state, and locally, and then have you updated your business plan? There's a pretty extensive package that we do distribute that goes into those things in much more detail, and we conclude the evening with, financially operating a business. Are you doing a monthly balance statement and a profit and loss? And we do it in a manner that's paint by numbers. They could take the packet home, fill in the numbers, and it gives them a better understanding of their business and the health. The last workshop we had on the 24th, we had 9 people attend for the first one. I find that was quite encouraging. And even though the workshop did conclude at 8 o'clock, they stuck around till 10 o'clock, and it wasn't necessarily for the donuts. I would ask and encourage everyone else that's anticipating expanding their business or looking to begin a business, economic gardening is what this is a part of, that they do come and attend the workshop, and we would be glad to visit with them afterwards if necessary, needing additional time to help them be successful in that business. I thank you for that opportunity to share that.
Mr. Balak, can you give the dates and times again?
Yes. The next one is the 15th of March, which is a Tuesday, which is from 10 a.m. till noon, and then 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Town Annex. And the final one that's scheduled will be the 28th of April. Now, all of these will be advertised in the paper as well as on the news media and in the print media to remind the people. And we're having the chamber do 2 email blast in addition to that. And I expect the attendance to go up. But thank you for asking, Mr. Waters. I'd like to just share one other thing, because I've had a couple of people, and in our Mr. Kohlbarger's report, we have an uptick in the business licensing. I knew some time back that there was a question, and there's not a whole lot we have a control, but this year last month is the first month we had a strong net gain of 18 businesses. We had 29 close and 47 open. And all the indicators show that trend is going to continue to go up, which means probably this month it'll be down, okay, but it's going up, and it's a long-term model. It's just not month to month, but we need to look at semi-year. But that's an indicator, and the activity is picking up too. And I did just want to share that with the board. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Dina Williamson-Erdag, and I'm with the League of Women Voters. I'd like to thank the board for making the announcement about our film series starting on Thursday evening. I just wanted to expand on that. March is Women's History Month, and that is the reason why we've decided to do this film series in March. These films that we're going to show, the one on Thursday evening is called Iron-Jawed Angels, and this is an example of it is a film that is an example of the struggles that the suffragettes fought for the passage of the 19th Amendment, which is the right to vote. There's so many people in our community that are not registered and do not vote, and we really need to bring that information out. To expand on that, this movie starts at 6 o'clock from 6 p.m. till 8:30 p.m. It's at the Pahrump Nugget Event Center. The cost is only $1.50 per person. The center will be providing at extra charge snacks and sodas. And it's an example in watching this film and watching what the suffragettes went through in order to get the right to vote for women. It's an example that each generation needs to fight for what matters. And we have a lot of issues right now, and people need to watch this film and be inspired and get out there, register to vote, and vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Huff, President. Phil Huff, resident. I have a couple of things for the museum. This Saturday, the 12th, 1 o'clock p.m., our lecture series continues, and our guest speaker for this week's lecture is Mark Philip Williams. Mark Williams is the second son, the younger son, of Walter Williams, Walter Williams, aside from having the street out here named after him that everybody drove in here tonight, is a true founder in the valley. So the people that have lived here for a long time, or the people that have just come here, or anybody in between, may be very interested to hear about the history of the valley, because the true development of the valley took place after Walt Williams sold his ranch. Walt Williams came here from Texas and grabbed, believe it or not, grabbed a scoop of earth from the valley here, took it back to Texas, took it to the University of Texas, and asked them to analyze the soil. He said, could cotton be grown there? And when they analyzed the soil, they said, yes, indeed, that's perfect for cotton. Seems to be enriched somewhat. And it was a result of the hay and alfalfa that had been grown here for decades, plowed under, how you grow hay and alfalfa. And he came out here and grew cotton after the Second War. The cotton industry became very large in this valley. The valley was planting 30,000 acres of cotton each year on an allotment by the federal government for the entire state of Nevada was 33,000 acres, and they were planting 30,000 here in the valley. And that lasted until the very first years of 1970. The cotton industry made a lot of money for the farmers here. It was certainly more profitable than growing hay and alfalfa. And they switched to growing cotton and stumbled through not having cotton picking machines or cotton baling machines, and they were hauling the cotton a long ways away. They finally decided that was foolish. Why didn't they build a gin? So they built a gin here, and where you go to gamble at the Nugget today is where the gin used to be. It isn't there anymore, of course. And so there's a lot of interesting stories, and you want to hear Mark Williams tell about actually kind of running the ranch when he was a very young man, because the Williams family lived in Las Vegas, but his father set him out here and told him, pay attention to what the foreman does and learn how to do it. And he did indeed do that. So he'll be able to tell us about it. Be sure and come and see it. It's really, really great. He's traveling from Oregon. He's our longest traveled lecturer. We don't usually have people that travel a long ways to be here. So we'd love to have a nice audience for him. So if anybody wants to come in, it doesn't cost anything. It's 1 o'clock this Saturday at the museum. We can open the museum. We have permission to open the museum for this event. So please be there. After this lecture, we also have an open house sponsored by Dan Shenhoven and Gary Hollis, the commissioners, who are very proud of their Yucca Mountain display that they have mounted in the museum. And it's finished now. And today, they just put up an imitation drill machine that they actually constructed from a photograph, so they'd have a model of it, and you want to come and see that. It's got flashing lights and everything, so that will be available for you to see. Also, one more thing for Dr. Walters and for Miss Parker. They both made a big thing tonight about asking for people to volunteer for the town. And I don't know if any of you recall, but the last town board meeting, in the public comment at the end, I made a comment about having a town manager and what the requirements might want to be. And I had someone approach me that met all the requirements. And I hope that you sometime in the future put out an advertisement or a call for someone to respond to the possibility, because I wasn't a bit surprised, but I was very pleased to have someone approach me that had more qualifications than I even outlined in my request. So the future looks good.
Mr. Chairman, are we still under announcements, or are we under public comment?
We're still under announcements.
Yeah. Might want to come back with the public comment.
Thank you very much. Any further announcements? All right, that brings us to item number 4, public comment.
It's getting harder.
I know the feeling.
Good evening, Board. My name is Bob Irving. I just have a couple of questions to ask here. I know that these weren't on the agenda. My one big question is, do we have a monetary account yet of what it's going to cost to put the Rood Center back together? And if so, if we don't, where is the money that was supposed to go to the Rood Center, which was brought up in the newspaper this last week, $75,000 to repair the Rood Center? And I'm wondering how much time that we're wasting getting people to say, well, you've got this, you don't have that, as opposed to us going out and getting the job done so that place, so the Rood Center can be used again. That's number one. Number two is that, Harley, I know that it's the building and safety department has been something that I know you've been wanting to put across, but I have not seen a account of how much money it would cost us to put the building and grounds, or put it together. I do not know how much it's going to cost, and if it's even feasible for us to do it at the present time. That's about all I have for right now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
the clock doesn't seem to be working, or I'm not setting it right, so. Can I use that one over there?
Public can't see it.
Well,
We haven't seen it for years. Yeah, we've never seen it for years anyway.
I don't need it, mine'll be short. Are we starting public comment?
Yes.
Okay, to show that we do have people in Nye County and Pahrump that are capable of doing anything we would like to have done, I would like to make an announcement for Clark County. They have approved the world's largest amusement park with the world's highest Ferris wheel, and will possibly use the name Area 51 for it. Now, if that don't sound familiar to some people, it should, because that actual idea came from Nye County, but we couldn't see going forward with it. But Clark County's going to, they approved it, so we could all go down there and visit the one that should be up here. Thank you.
Could I get you to state your name, please?
I gotta get my name out.
Yeah.
Bill Garlow, Garlough.
Thank you.
We'll just build a bigger one, Mr. Bill.
Yeah, Bruce Cawley, 5-year resident. I asked a couple meetings ago who was in charge of the minutes of the meeting. Couldn't seem to get an answer, but we had an excuse for why they weren't on time. I found quite a few mistakes in them, maybe some serious and some not so serious. But I remind you, this is official record. Any alteration of official documents is a Class B felony. So whoever's doing these ought to get them right. I hate to see somebody get in trouble unnecessarily. On the new resolution the board passed, the chairman has quite a few authoritative ways of doing things here without permission of the chairman, and specifically granted limited time for organized groups that chairman. They can set the limits for the pro and con. Member of the public could come up and speak. Discretion to reopen, blah, blah, blah. The chairman has a lot of power here, but on page 1, number 6, it says the majority of the board by vote shall govern any command given by the chairman. I take that to read as, but if you get a majority.
Bruce, could you do me a favor and move away from the microphone a little bit, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I take that as meaning that a majority of the board by vote can overrule the chairman on anything that's he puts out. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that being said, how does one go about getting that vote and maintaining the order of the meeting? You know, call point of order and ask for a vote?
Absolutely.
Will that work? If the board's agreeable, it works for me. Okay, I don't know, probably run out of time. I had a couple other things, but I'll get back to you. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. John Koenig, resident Pahrump, and I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you for putting public comment back where it belongs. This will give a chance to people who can't stay up late, a chance to be heard, and also people sitting in the audience who can't stay here late to hear what people have to say. I'd like to, again, thank you. It's been 2 years.
Any further public comment?
Am I the proper distance from that mic?
Yes, sir.
Good. My name is Dean Brooks. I don't know how appropriate this is. I think it is appropriate. I got this off the internet today, and I think it's something that needs to be said, and for us all to really kind of take note of it. Some people have the vocabulary to sum up things in a way you can understand them. This quote came from the Czech Republic. Someone over there has figured it out. We have a lot of work to do. The danger to America is not Barack Obama, but a citizenry capable of entrusting a man like him with the presidency. It will be far easier to limit or undo the follies of Obama presidency than to restore the necessary common sense and good judgment of a depraved electorate willing to have such a man for their president. The problem is much deeper and far more serious than Mr. Obama, who is a mere symptom of what ails America. Blaming the Prince of Fools should not blind anyone to the vast confederacy of fools that made him their prince. The Republicans survived Barack Obama, who is after all merely a fool. It is less likely to survive a multitude of fools such as those who made him their president. And I think we all need to reflect on that real deeply. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it on? Yeah. My name's Jose Tellez, and I'm a Pahrump veteran and also an American. And the reason I'm saying this is that I was looking at the February the 22nd board meeting, and somebody came on here and said some regulatory remark toward our town manager, saying that him and his Mexican compadres should do something or another. Well, to translate compadre, compadre means godfather. Compadre means that if I went over there and baptized his children, I'll be his compadre. And it would have been an honor for me to do that. This public meeting here is for all of us. And a lot of us are Americans and Americans of Mexican descent. And I tell you right now, I was kind of disappointed that that man was not asked to leave this meeting. Because there's no place in this meeting for anybody to come and say such a thing. And Mr. Goldberger, I would definitely be a good compadre to your children. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comments? Seeing no one getting up for public comment, that brings us to item number 5, advisory board reports. Anything from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Cole.
Mrs. Parker and I recently attended the last public lands meeting, and unfortunately, going along with what was said earlier tonight, I didn't have a quorum, so they couldn't really make any decisions. And they talked a little bit about north of Roadrunner Road. I had mentioned previously about their past meetings that they were talking about some sort of development up there. something maybe to let people see the wildlife up there, or a little western town or something, but I think they've come to the consensus that that's not a good idea. But getting back to the lack of a quorum, Mrs. Parker suggested to the people that I've already seen are kind of regulars coming to the meeting that they should participate by becoming board members. So I see that we got something in our mail that one person elected to seize that opportunity. So I hope that a lot more people will, because we're only as good as the people that help us, really. So.
I appreciate that. And we do have openings on quite a few of the advisory boards.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
We've actually had 2 people apply for the PLAB board in the last week, and 1 for the youth and 1 for the incorporation advisory, or 2 for the incorporation advisory. So 2 for PLAB, 2 for incorporation advisory, and 1 for the youth.
What, Parks and Rec is left out?
They didn't like the liaison. I can't remember who that is. You?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm the chairman of the Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board. My name is George Sossman.
You glow in the dark?
Yeah. Only worked in the industry
turn off the
for
lights. I want to test.
about 40 years. Contrary to what Mrs. Parker said, we do have a full quorum, or a full board. We have 7 members on our board now and 1 alternate, but people are welcome at any time to come to any of our board meetings, and this is kind of a quarterly report, because 2 meetings ago, we didn't have enough people to even put together a quorum to decide what we're going to tell you. Okay, so now we do have that group of people. We have a large group of people set up for Earth Day, and also now with the fact that the last person who was running the town cleanup is no longer here, we're also taking care of town cleanup too. So Earth Day is the first thing that I wanted to talk about. We have a large number of participants and donors. The people from the powwow, the Native Americans, are going to be assisting us. They're going to be providing food. We're going to have people from NDEP. Albertsons has been kind enough already to start donating materials for us.
George?
We have solar energy.
You're also on the agenda, item number 14.
Yeah, I noticed that. So I got to stay here till the meeting's over. But
And you'll be repeating this.
same thing, yeah. Valley Electric is supporting us. We have, you guys know Frank Marusio. He's going to be there with his dojo, and they're going to be supporting us. We have a band, and I don't know the name of the band because they've changed the name again, but they're being supported by the Southern Nye County Conservatory District. UNLV is going to be there, and I'm trying to get Great Basin to participate also. And the County Public Works Department has agreed to be there for us also. And some of you were at their meeting where they were talking about hazardous household wastes and chemicals. And we've got the people, one of our members is with the Valley Disposal, so we'll be talking about recycling too during that event. So we're looking forward to being a little bit bigger than it was last year, and hopefully we're going to keep it growing. So that's the status of where we're at right now. And the meeting, it will be on April 23rd, and then cleanup will be on May 7th. Okay, and it's going to be at the Eon Deutsch, I believe I've said that right, Park. Okay, thank you.
Any other liaisons?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to have a few recognitions of some volunteers. The recognition of volunteer efforts often is neglected when it comes to an individual's contribution to perform public service. When an individual takes their personal time to perform civic duties, such as serving on an advisory board or helping with a community event sponsored by their town, or even being willing to seek an elected position, those persons are frequently subject to criticism and don't receive the gratitude for their efforts oftentimes. So I would like to take a few moments to recognize some people that have performed some exemplary work for the town of Pahrump. One such person that knows service to his country, service to his family, and service to his community is Dr. Tom Waters. Mr. Waters cannot serve as a member on the advisory board for the Veterans Memorial Advisory Board as an elected official, but is still committed to the Pahrump Veterans Memorial Advisory Board. and is by now and is now serving as their town board liaison. So we have some.
I have all 5. If you'll continue the announcements, we'll get everybody down for a photo.
Oh, all right, okay. Can I?
Please continue.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, she only has 41 seconds left. You better hurry up.
Don't stop the clock.
The other individuals are ones that have been on the incorporation advisory boards. These individuals have shown extreme fortitude in pursuing the research and education of the public with regards to a very elusive issue, one that doesn't have any clearly defined answers. Even though some have formed opinions, there is much still to be done to truly understand why this question has continued to be relevant for over a decade of Pahrumph's history. The present Incorporation Advisory Board was charged with 1 year to bring research and understanding to the citizens of Pahrump and the town board. And I would like to personally thank these 4 citizens for their work and for their knowledge and for the betterment of their community. And those people are Julie Hargis, Mr. Carl Moore, Mr. Don Rust, and Mr. Darce Wilson. If they're here, if they'd step forward, we'd like to give them a show of appreciation.
We gotta go down.
Mr. Wilson couldn't be here tonight, but he did say thank you, and please give Ms. Hargis his certificate.
Can I say something, Mike?
Can I stop it?
Probably not.
Ms. Parker.
Yes, I just wanted to do some more recruiting. See what happens when you serve on an advisory board? You wind up with a neat little certificate. It's got to be worth it for that, right, Harley?
Will I get you a donut somewhere?
All right, that brings us to the new 5A. Approval to accept Miss Megan Hamrick to the Pahrump Youth Advisory Board.
Yes, the Youth Advisory Board is now formulating its members, and we're really appreciative of Megan stepping forward. I don't know if she feels like she wants to come up and say a little bit about what she has done. If not, that's fine. I kind of put that as a surprise, but we're looking forward to getting to know her, and she's sitting way in the back.
That's that nice glow back there.
Yes. So I personally want to thank Megan and also recognize that she is already starting her work by recruiting others to come with her. And we look forward to having Reagan Van Essen's name submitted at the next town board meeting. So thank you, and I'd like to move to accept Megan as a charter member of the Youth Advisory Board.
I'll second that motion.
We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion from the board? Is there any public discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All righty.
And thank you, Megan.
Item number 6, Town of Pahrump Economic Development Report.
Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. On item number 1, I have questions on item number 1 and item number 2. On item number 1, I just want to make sure that because we're going to have it on the agenda at the next town board meeting, just like to make sure that we get a complete briefing on that so that we are aware and we can answer some of the citizens' questions on that. And I'm sure that that always takes place, but I just wanted to say it for the public to let them know that we have to get a complete briefing before the 22nd so that we know what's going on.
Yes, sir.
And the next item I have is on item number 2. I didn't understand the last part, and I meant to clarify that with Mr. Kohlbarger and failed to. So I hate to do this public, but the last sentence says, "We gave to the county and the county." And I don't understand what that was supposed to say.
You're just supposed to say that we gave to the county and the county's a repeat. Sorry.
And the county's what?
A repeat.
Okay.
Extra, shouldn't be on there.
Okay.
Your time's up. I'm sorry. Anything further?
The other information is self-explanatory, so thank you.
Anything further from the board? Mr. Culkin?
Mr. Chairman, in regards to number 1, I would like, if it's possible, for Mr. Kohlbarger to set up some meetings, 2 of us at a time or whatever, with Mr. Casani. Before I make any more decisions on this, I really would like to speak to him personally and have a little more input.
Okay, and I believe that's actually the way that he prefers it, because he's not one that's good at public speaking. Anything else from the board?
Yes, under the business license, Mr. Chair, I do want to commend the efforts of the staff in working so diligently and improving those numbers. It's important that we know that not only the overall economy might be improving, but here in Pahrump we're expanding rather than retracting. So that's good news.
I did have a question about the last one on the History Channel. Is there a date, or do we need to spiff up any particular time, or actually comb my hair?
Yeah, you need to comb your hair, sir. We'll get you an email on that tomorrow, if there's a date and time and where they're going to be at, so you can actually just happen to be walking by and wave the camera.
It'll be a walk-on, huh? Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Anything further from the board? Any public comment?
It's not action.
Bob Irving, citizen. I'd like to know on the item number 1 there, who authorized the extra 3 months for Mr. Kashana to go and on this contract? I don't know what it takes for the board to realize that the district attorney of this county came out and said that they will not approve any changes in the deed, and we're giving him another 3 months. I think there's somebody dragging their feet here, and my question is who authorized the extra 3 months?
No one.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
If I interpret this correctly, and Mr. Kohlbarger can agree I'm right or wrong, it appears to me what he's saying here is that a 3-month extension would be possibly put on the board agenda to make a decision about his way he interprets this. Is that correct, Mr. Kohlbarger?
As usual, sir, you're correct.
Thank you. Well, I don't know about usual, but at least on that one.
Okay, so that extension has yet to be brought before the board, Mr. Irving. Alrighty, item number 7, presentation by Miss Loretta Lindell, Pahrump Art Council on the Keeper of the Well project.
You all have books that were brought to you tonight. I couldn't figure out a way to get them into the packet without destroying them, so I kept them safe for you and brought them to you tonight.
I appreciate that. They're nice-looking books.
You wouldn't happen to have an extra one for staff to keep around the town office, would you?
Actually, I do.
Thank you.
Loretta Lindell. Loretta Lindell.
There's a bar down there you need to push and the light will turn bright green.
Oh,
There you go.
You don't need to get close to the mic, it picks up really well.
all right. Thank you. Loretta Lindell, Pahrump Arts Council, and this is Dick Senior and Asa Ivanova, who are with me. They are all part of the project. I know you've got a long agenda before you tonight, so I'll read what I have and we'll try to make it fast. In my own notes, I noted that on May 13th, 2008, I appeared before the board to tell you, well, not you, but the board, about our Pahrump Arts Council project at the time. And there's been a lot of changes since then, and I see the whole board has changed. But let me tell you what we did. Dick Sr. is known as the keeper of Wheeler Well. After retiring to Pahrump, Dick began spending time in our beautiful mountains observing the wildlife, noticing that the water sources for the animals were few and far between. Through his own time and effort, he revitalized some water sources that had been installed many years ago for cattle and had fallen into disrepair. The water now benefits many animals, including deer, elk, and wild horses, as well as the bird population. Dick maintains the wells regularly. This wonderful story of stewardship of the land and conservation and preservation of natural resources needed to be told. The Pahrump Arts Council applied to the Mount Charleston License Plate Program of the Nevada Division of State Lands for a grant to develop a project based on the story of the keeper. The license plate sales generate funds dedicated to activities regarding the conservation and preservation of natural resources on Mount Charleston area. We brought together our artists, illustrators, writers, the keeper, teachers, students, a rancher, a Southern Paiute, and Forest Service representatives to create a book, teaching curriculum for elementary grades with lesson plans, a plant guide for the area, and a pictorial quilt. And Asa, if you could help me real quick. We'll just show this to you quickly.
Wow.
That is nice.
And this was made by 2 of our quilters, and it tells the story that's in the book here. And let's turn
I bid $10.
Not enough.
And our quilters call this a crazy quilt because it's made in a bunch of different things. It was an exciting prospect at the time for us to bring all of these people together, for PAC to use the arts to bring all of these people together who otherwise may not have had an opportunity to work together. Although the PAC is a federally funded, tax-exempt 501c3 organization, the state license plate grant funds must be administered by a government agency, and that's where the town came in. The town board agreed to have the town serve as the fiscal agent for this grant, distributing the funds to the PAC for use under the strict guidelines of the grant proposal. Thanks to Michael Sullivan, the town finance officer, ably assisted by Carla Yoder, the finance assistant, for their work in administering the grant. The Pahrump Arts Council brought the project in on time and $100 under budget. The $13,030 grant helped to create job opportunities for members of our community through stipends paid for their work. In addition, most of the supplies for the project were purchased locally.
The Pahrump Arts Council thanks you once again for your continuing confidence in our organization and support for the arts that benefit everyone in our community.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes. What age group would you say that this beautiful book is aimed toward?
This was written specifically for fourth grade because that's the time when they start studying geography and Nevada history and that sort of thing.
It's an absolutely beautiful book, and anybody out here who has a fourth grader, grandchild, child, or something in that age range, please take it and make sure that they get it. I'd be glad to donate my book to you.
It became. I just wanted, sorry. I wanted to add, it became part of the program, and we gave every elementary school package with many things, including books and teaching guides and so on.
So they already have it.
They have it, and it's for free for them. Everyone else, if someone interested, please buy it. It will go toward our
Yeah, I'll be glad to, because I've looked at it and it's beautiful, but I think that somebody younger could enjoy it much more than I could. So please see me and I'll see that you take it home with you.
True story.
It is.
And we did give we will be giving formally the Nye County School District a set of books and the teaching materials, one for each elementary school plus some additional. So we were able to do all of this with the grant money.
For all the county.
Yes, for the whole county. That's north and south.
And if somebody wanted to purchase one of these books, how would they get a hold of you?
I'm so glad you asked.
That'd be at the Art Council.
So the Art Council office is just right over here in the Kalen West Professional Center. And we are staffed with volunteers. You're very right. Volunteers certainly do help us run things. Monday through Thursday from 9 a.m. until noon, there is someone in the office, a volunteer. And you're certainly more than welcome to come out. We hope to have these distributed at other locations in the community, but for now, that's for sure where you can get one. And they're $14.95.
Could I ask another question?
Please.
Yes. Does the library have copies of these?
Yes, they do.
Good, good.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, my name is Dick Senior. I've been doing this since 2002, and I go up on the mountain quite often. As you might know, Wheeler Well right now is dry. The storm we had this winter tore out all of the line down to it, and I'm just trying to get over pneumonia, and as soon as I can get over this, I'll go up and start putting it back together again. There's 3 other tanks in the area that I take care of, and there's 29 places on this side of the mountain that I found that I take care of for the animals, and that's what it's all about. And the book is to try to teach the kids there's more than just Twitter and TV, to get up on the mountain, take a look at everything, and they really learn a lot, I think. Thank you.
Would you be accepting volunteer help?
I do. I volunteer just about every week. I've got a full plate right now.
I mean, to take people on.
I have.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I have.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Waters.
I'd just like to say, this is another example of people in Pahrump doing things for the people. And it's just fantastic, and I applaud you for what you're doing. Pahrump Art Council, I was glad to become a member, and still want to support you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 8, discussion on inviting the public to submit email addresses to the town board and the town staff to create an agenda/backup distribution list.
Yeah, that's mine.
Ms. Parker?
The reason that I brought that up is that we have been distributing, and we will continue to, the backup, but it's expensive to do, and it's time-consuming for staff. And those of you that would like to have the backup emailed to you instead, if you will give your email address to any board member or staff, we can get you on the email list, and you will get your agenda and backup at the same moment that the board gets theirs. That's all.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I do want to thank Ms. Parker for noting the email addresses, because I know when I've reviewed the website that they're not on the website, so I would like to ask if they would go on the website also. And I certainly think that the town office at PahrumphNV.org is the most appropriate email address for those wishing to receive the backup material, but certainly any of the board members would very much appreciate any emails that you send. And just a note to staff that if we could have those email addresses put on the website, I think it would be helpful. Thank you.
Anything further from the board? Anything further from staff? Okay, that brings us to item number 11, discussion possible decision to amend Town Board Policy 2009, Section 7.1, to require Town Board members / Town Manager to submit proposed agenda items to the Town Attorney for review no later than 10 working days prior to the meeting. Dr.
Mr.
Waters.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the reason that I submitted this is we'd like to make sure that everything that goes on the agenda is properly framed. And when I say properly framed, I mean properly worded. Worded so that, and I'm going to pick on one of the members in our audience, Mr. Bruce Colley, when he goes through and he analyzes a lot of the information, and he'll get back to us, and I really appreciate that. But if it's not properly framed, and he looks at it, say, 2 or 3 months down the road, we don't remember exactly what we meant by what we said. So what I'm asking for is to make sure that the wording is correct, and that makes our board look professional. It makes our town look professional when people look at our documents. So I'm asking that before something goes on the agenda, it's properly framed and it's legal. So we're having our attorney at no additional cost, because it's part of the basic package that we're asking for. It should be no additional cost, and the attorneys have agreed to that. And then the things on our agendas will be properly framed and legal. That's the reason I'm asking for this.
Mr. Waters, if I may make one comment, I believe that the section that you're referring to is actually 7.2.
It can be in either place, Mr. Chairman. When I spoke to the attorney, he said 7.1, and I looked at it. If it's added in 7.1 or in 7.2, I think it would be okay.
Yeah, just for clarification, I believe it was 7.2 that states the time requirements for having an agenda item submitted. The only issue that I had when I thought about this was I would just like to see it not necessarily submitted to the town attorney, because there are some simple agendas that don't need to go before the attorney, but I would like to have the additional time myself just to be able to research items. And that was the thought that I had on it.
Okay.
Any comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, before we have comment, we need a motion.
No, we don't.
No, yeah.
Fine.
All right. Any comments from the board?
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Balkin.
I think part of our board's responsibility is fiscal responsibility. And I can't discuss the contract that's coming up because it's going to be later, so I can't discuss it, but
I know it shouldn't have been moved.
I see that. But anyway, What I'm looking at is we're supposed to be fiscally responsible, and I believe going through the attorney would just cost us money. I would support this item if, I don't mind the 10 days if we're going to submit something to the attorney, but I think submitting something to the attorney should be my decision. If it's something simple, then I don't see no reason to waste time and money by going through the attorney, and then, of course, I don't see that it needs 10 days. But if this was to be, a motion was to be made and changed in a manner that if a person decides, a board member decides to take it before the attorney, then I could go along with the 10 days. But to arbitrarily say that everything must go through the attorney, I have a problem with that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to add, again, and I don't mind modifying this to say at no additional cost, because the attorneys have assured me that it would be no additional cost since they review our agendas anyway, but sometimes they review them after the fact, and they advise us that some of the things we said we shouldn't have said. Having them look at it up front will take care of all of that. And again, I will amend it to say at no additional cost, because we need to be fiscally responsible.
Mr. Chairman, the only problem I would have with that amendment is, do we have the power to dictate what the attorney is going to charge or not to charge? I mean,
that was from the attorney. When the attorneys talked about it, he said it would be at no additional cost.
Yeah, I was there.
Mr. Chair, and I do want to clarify that is the reason that I felt it necessary to pull, just so that we have clarity around costs and projected new policies that would impact any future expenditures. So that is why I felt it important to have this discussion on anything that is going to be submitted to legal for the future, in looking at the line item, the budgeted line items.
But that's covered in items 9 and 10.
What I would like to find out, asking the Attorney President, in reviewing the agenda items or in reviewing the agenda, does that, you say it at no additional cost, but is that time occurred? Does that work on the, what do I want to say, the base rate for the monthly charge?
Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
It's out of order.
We're getting into one of the other projects.
Should not have been moved.
Items here, and I think that this is where we might want to discuss it, because there's some things in the contract that the lawyer put in here
That's
that
right.
I have a question about, and I think we might want to worry about it at that time.
Point taken. I retract my question.
I would like to bring up something also in the 10 days, because what has happened to me more than once is I put an agenda item in, and then they have a staff meeting and say, wait a minute, this has to be changed. And so my agenda item doesn't go on because it wasn't given to them in enough time. So that's why you need the 10 days. It really upsets me when something like that happens and I get a call a Wednesday night at 9 o'clock saying, we had a staff meeting today and your item can't go on the agenda. So it needs to go through staff and through the attorneys so that it gets on the agenda.
Okay.
The other point with that is I'd like to avoid forever what happened at the last meeting, and that's having items pulled because we don't feel it's properly framed or whatever reason. By doing it this way, we should never have another item being pulled from the agenda once it's printed.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Cole.
my only concern would be that for sure that this, by all things going through the attorney, is not going to be a financial liability to the town. If it's not going to cost any more money, I don't have a problem with it, but.
Unfortunately, that's covered under 9 and 10.
Unfortunately, we can't kind of talk about that, so.
Shouldn't have been moved.
Well, we do, Mr. Chair, we do have a present financial arrangement with the legal counsel. So under the present, we could certainly look at what it is that needs to be decided.
They've given us 30 days' notice.
We can always make an amend to this after discussing the next two items up.
Why don't we just table this until we discuss the next two items and then come back? It seems to make a lot more sense to move it where it should have been, so that we take care of the legalities and come back to it.
That's why it was put on the agenda that way.
That's right.
Yes, I'll take back my request to have it moved.
Wait a minute. Can't do that.
Mr. Chair, I mean, you can make a motion to table the agenda item until after the discussion of the other two, or table it to next meeting, but you can't just say you're gonna take back up.
I make a motion to table this until we've heard the other two items.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to table this until later on in the agenda this evening. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. That will bring us to item 12. Discussion possible decision to amend paragraph 14 of the job description of the town manager to add the following sentences. To save the town money, the town manager's authority to determine appropriate staffing levels includes the authority to leave town board funded positions permanently vacant and to set policies determining staffing levels in circumstances where town employees are temporarily absent from their assigned shifts by determining how many positions to fund in the town's budget. The town board is not deeming that a certain staffing level is appropriate unless there is expressed town board action or legal requirement to the contrary. It is within the town manager's discretion to determine the appropriate staffing level for all town functions.
That's a mouthful. How about if I simplify it?
Is this your item?
Yes?
Speak away.
Just explain it.
A brief explanation on that. It is written in legalese, but in the past budget year, in order to save money, the town manager adjusted downward the minimum staffing levels of the fire department, which actually had the effect of cutting back on overtime. As a result, the union filed a grievance. One reason that the town of Pahrump lost in arbitration was because the town manager did not have the express authority in his job description to determine staffing levels. So budgets are tight. We really have to watch your money. Our revenues are down. And so we really need to fix this item. So what agenda item number 12 provides is that the town manager will have, in all of that legalese, basically the express authority to determine staffing levels for all employees and to limit overtime in order to save the town money. Approval by the town board shows that we, the town board, although we budget for staff, recognize that the town manager is in the best position to determine actual staffing levels to keep within our budget, subject, of course, to legal requirements and town board oversight. That's it in a nutshell.
Mr. Waters.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add one part to that, to follow up on what Ms. Parker is saying. There are many times that we have looked at things and we have wanted to say it in a certain way. But what we find is we have to go to our attorneys to get it written in legalese. Now, legalese is something that is for the future, and it's always for the future. If it has to go to court and a judge has to determine, they look at the wording, and the wording must be specific, which is why we ask the attorneys to write it in legalese. If it's something that we write so we understand it, it may or may not be acceptable in a court later on. So to clarify, everything that was put down, that is written in legalese for the future. In case something comes up and has to go to court, a judge could then look at it and say, yes, it's worded properly, it's framed properly. And that's what we're getting to more and more, as you'll see.
Mr. Darby?
Mr. Kohlbarger?
Yeah, I just want to, for the record, state this, you're basically upping what, you're taking a weak sentence that was in a town manager job description, whoever that may be, and strengthening it for the future. But just because you're strengthening it, it does not supersede any collective bargaining agreement. So collective bargaining agreements are still held way up here. So this does not supersede any CBA. I just want that noted. And this is for all employees of the town of Pahrump, because the town manager oversees all employees of the town of Pahrump.
Right, it's fortifying a sentence that basically has 16 words in it, and
Now we have 116.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's appropriate for me to add the fact that the town manager did save the town over $170,000 by his actions.
Thank you. Anything else from the board?
Mr. Chairman, for the public's understanding of this, what the board is going to do, if we pass this, is to delegate some authority to the town manager to oversee staffing levels. But of course, the final decision is always going to be made by the town board. But being that he's on a daily basis working with these people, if he feels that, as an example, somebody retired and the space is empty and he feels that we can get by without it, then he has the authority to say, we don't need to replace that position. But if the board disagrees, naturally, we can override that. So we're just helping him do our job a little bit, but we'll still be watching, so you don't have to worry. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve this.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the amendment of paragraph 14. Any further discussion from the board? Any discussion from staff? And we'll open it up for public comment. Turn the button. Push the button, Dave.
This thing smells. I make no bones about it.
Back up, back up. Back away from the microphone.
Why?
It's too loud.
Anyway, this smells. If I was to do something like that at a union meeting or something, they'd tear me up or tear the hall up. I was union man for 60-some years and 45 years active, and I still pay my union dues. This is a disgrace to the human race to go against the union, firemen's union especially. Them people lay their life on the line here. I stick up for them here and over that old man's club over there, too. Got some violent arguments over the fire department. There's people in this town that want to do away with that fire department. That'd be the biggest mistake that ever happened in this town. If they got some money coming, give it to them. I wouldn't vote for something like that. I can't imagine anybody that even put something like that, even think like that in this town.
Dave, this amendment to his job description isn't talking about the contract with the fire department.
Well, I heard it mentioned.
Yeah, it was mentioned.
Okay, I heard it mentioned.
But this basically just clarifies the town manager's job description as far as staffing levels.
Sounds like the old squeeze play to me, squeeze somebody out and squeeze somebody in. That's what it really sounds like.
Mr. Chairman?
I've been around a little too long here when it comes to this stuff. It's not right. Let me think here, I still got time. Talk about saving money. What about the $38,000 they spent for the incorporation? Yeah, what about that? They talk about he saved 100 and some thousand. He should save more money than that. Look at what they're paying these lawyers here. Man, there's some real. I got my accountant sitting over here. I don't know just exactly what, how much it come to.
Off topic. Mr. Stevens, we're just talking about making an amendment to the description of the town manager's job.
Well, I'd like to make it on description. Nobody pays attention to me anyway. I like to on description. I read this chapter. He can do plenty with this. They're just putting more teeth in there to fire somebody is all it amounts to. Oh, don't tell me, mister. I've been around this too many years. I'm 82 years, almost 82 years old or going on. And nobody's kidding me about what goes on in labor. I've forgotten more about labor than most of you people ever know of. It says 14, town manager has the authority to terminate appropriate staffing levels and to eliminate positions as he or she deems necessary. That should cover everything there. He put more teeth in that thing. I don't know, he got this other one over here.
Run out of time, Dave.
Yep.
Mr.
I just
Chairman,
started to like you, Miss Hennessy, but now I don't.
Mr. Calkin?
as, Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Kohlbarger pointed out, he would have to follow any legal requirements. And of course, with the fire department, they have a labor contract that they agree to, which includes the staffing levels, I would imagine, and all that kind of stuff. So he wouldn't be able to just look at the fire department, as you're mentioning, Mr. Stevens, and say, well, I think we can do it with 5 people less. He wouldn't have the legal authority to do so.
I hope not.
Are we ready?
I'd like to throw him in jail, stealing property.
Thank you, Dave.
Bob Irving again. I disagree with this one particular reason is that you have a chief, you have a person who's in charge of the buildings and grounds. They are supervisors. They have to come up. I feel that they should be the one that make the decision if they need the people or not. I do not think Mr. Kohlbarger or any town manager has the knowledge and the expertise to know how many people a fire department needs, how many people that Mr. Lewis needs, or anything like that. I think that if the town, if they have to come up for new people because they've lost somebody or because of funding, I think they should be talking to you, not going through Mr. Kohlbarger, because I don't feel he has the knowledge of how things are actually ran in different departments. As far as the town staff goes, I don't know. I feel that this gives him an opportunity to, like Mr. Stevens says, it gives him an opportunity to fire at will. And I think it's wrong. I think that if he gets the bad side of the chief or gets the bad side of Matt, whatever it might be, he'll say, I'm not going to give you your people, and they're stuck with what they got. I just don't think it's a wise move. I think that these people should come up and make their own decisions of what they need. They may not need the guy, or they may not need the person. But the thing about it is, I think they should be the ones that come to you and tell you that they need him, not him. And I don't just meaning Kohlbarger himself, I mean any town manager. I think it's their job. That's what they're supervisor for. I know I would. I would hate to have to come up and go through a town manager or anybody to tell them that I lost a man and I need another man. And if he had a heartburn that day, I wasn't going to get him. So I think he should come up to the town board and make that request himself. That's the way I feel about it.
Thank you.
Well, by the way, too, if I may, just one more second. For many years here, we've had Cookie Westwell as our stenographer, but I think that maybe Mr. Kohlbarger should maybe introduce his new right-hand woman.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to comment on what was just stated. And again, Mr. Irving, I know you stated that it's for any town manager, but if you look at, and I do talk to quite a few people about the open meeting law. There are many people that don't understand what the open meeting law is all about and what it does. So I talk about that quite a bit. But when we talk about the town manager works for the town board. The staff does not. And we control the town manager. We don't control the staff, but we do listen to the town manager. We have some oversight there. But some of the things that you suggested would go against the rules and the guidelines and everything else of what the town board is here for. And that's talking to the staff to work things out is just not appropriate. We have to go through the town manager, regardless of who the town manager may be.
Okay, in the case of Mr. Lewis or the Chief Lewis or Matt, them people are contracted to the town.
They
So
work-
they work for the town, I understand what you're
They work
saying.
for the town manager.
No, they are contracted. The chief is a contract.
They work for the town manager. Please understand that.
No, I disagree with you, Mr. Walters.
They actually work for
Because
us.
because how can you have a person go and be a manager or a town manager tell a fire chief how he's gonna operate his fire station? I don't think he can.
And he should never do that.
Well-
However, he is still the supervisor.
But still, he is the man that's got the last word, whether he wants to add another man or doesn't want to add another man, just like if he wants to have another engine or not another engine. He has the word, and he should be coming to you to make that recommendation and that thought. I don't think the town manager, because I could go tell Mr. Kohlbarger that they need to paint all their engines over there purple, and just because, and he doesn't know whether that's right or not. And there are purple engines out there. Thank you.
When that situation comes up, it comes to the town board. The final decision remains with the town board.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Calkins.
Okay, thank you.
I know Mr. Irving and many of us have been in the military, and we have what's called a chain of command. And the people at the top don't normally how to do the stuff that the people at the bottom do, but they do oversee that. And just as this board oversees the town manager's position, the town manager knows that he's responsible to this board. This is looking to give him a little more authority to work closely with the different departments. I would personally find something wrong if the department heads continually had a problem with the town manager and things weren't working right, and I know this board would take action. So just because Mr. Kohlbarger, or whoever who happens to be town manager or whatever, makes a decision, doesn't mean that that's the way it stays or whatever. We all have bosses. Our bosses are you. And and these people, like I said, we follow the chain of command. And like I said, he's there every day working with these people, and he works with the department heads. And we're not that close with the people as he is. He sees on a daily basis what's going on. In the performance of his job, if he's doing a good job, frankly, he's in a better position to evaluate everything. And our job is to evaluate the town manager position. And if you see something wrong, then you can always come up here and alert us of that. But we have to delegate some authority. We can't micromanage, and we're not there every day. And the town manager is. So we have to let him do his job. And we're watching to make sure he does his job. When I was in the Navy, the captain of the ship didn't do much, but he was the one responsible if anything went wrong. Well, this board's responsible if anything goes wrong. And we will be making sure that everything is done in your best interest.
Thank you. Mr. Murray.
Good evening. My name is Tim Murray, Citizens. I also represent the firefighters of Pahrump. First of all, I'd like to say this is the first time I've had an opportunity to look at the new board, and it's like night and day, so congratulations. I do, Mr. Chairman's, rise in opposition to the motion on the floor for several reasons. Primarily, even though Mr. Kohlbarger has stated and board members have stated that this has nothing to do with firefighters and the collective bargaining prevails, the examples used tonight were all about firefighters. Okay, so it is about firefighters. Okay, and you talk about Mr. Board Member Culkin about you're managing the board. Do you know that the Pahrump Valley Fire Rescue Service headcount has now been reduced to below where it was in 2007? You know, these are things that are going on, and I truly believe that when it comes to public safety, the people here should have an opportunity to listen to a public debate. What can we afford? The reason why we went into an arbitration is that the town decided that if somebody called out sick, we won't fill this position. Testimony at the arbitration stated that paramedics felt that lives were lost as a result of this, citizens of Pahrump, firefighters were hurt. I don't believe it's a decision that should be made in a back room. I believe it needs to be made out here in public so everybody can hear what the facts are. What is the budget? And I think that's why we elected you, is that you're the keepers of this. You're the keepers of public safety. Okay? You need to hear the facts. You need to discuss them like you've been doing today, very magnificently, but you need to discuss it in front of the public and make a decision and give direction then to the town manager. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
This will be short. My name is Don Cox, resident. I have worked as a union member and a non-union member, and it's never one person in charge of letting somebody go. It's the person that's running that department. We just call him a foreman. He's the man that should make the decision if somebody gets fired or not somebody sitting in an office someplace. Because I've fired a lot of men in Vegas when I worked, and I had to say so, not somebody sitting in an office. They know what's right and they know what's wrong. Now, they can go to him and to whoever's going to be here and say they've got a problem with this person, but that person in charge of that department, Lewis or the man of the grounds, anybody, they're the ones that knows who's going to be fired, that should be fired, not the manager. Nope. It's got to be the person in charge of that department. Because if you take that away from the man in the department, you might as well get rid of his job, because what good is he? He'll have no say over his men. And if you don't have say over his men, you're going to have a bunch of mouse playing and no workers. Thank you.
Thank you.
George Ginjo. I don't know, it seems like you people have nobody to write a contract that's legal, and everything goes to arbitration, and 9 times out of 10, you lose your arbitration because you don't have anybody know what they're doing. Labor law is a very touchy subject, and I know I've been through it for the last 40 years, I guess. Not as long as Dave, but I've been there. You see these people carrying the casket in the strike zone. Well, I was one of the people that was on that committee that first come out with it. It was the UAW, Local 212, out of Detroit, Michigan, and they were the first to do it. Now everybody in the country is doing it, but the guy that did it originally was out of that local. And you people just don't have the attorney that can write a contract, any contract, whether it's the fire department, the building and grounds, or any other one. It just seems like, well, we'll do it this way. They don't like it, they'll go to arbitration, and you'll lose every time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Town Board members. My name is Lorraine Murray. I am here to also speak in opposition to this motion. And there's a couple things in particular. One is you talk about your levels of command. And as I understand, the descriptions of your job and of the administrative staff, the town board is to set policy, and the administrative staff is to implement that policy. However, you're putting in this document that regardless of town board funded positions, that the town manager sets policy. Yeah, you just gave him your job. The other thing is, from your perspective, one thing I would like you to consider is that the protection of the board, both you individually and as a board, as a group, can the board and should the board be abdicating your elected responsibility as a government body by delegating this function to the administrative staff person? And the reason I say that is because you are indicating that the town board has funded the position and the town manager can permanently leave it empty, or temporarily leave it empty. That constitutes force reduction. You might want to look at the laws that have to do with force reduction. You are implementing a force reduction. Now, your legal counsel might argue, and they did argue, an opinion contrary to that. However, the senior sitting judge of Nevada, Judge McGee, said in his ruling that this action does constitute a force reduction. When push comes to shove, the town board is accountable for that. So I would recommend that the board consider both your risk and your liability at abdicating your responsibilities as elected officials and giving them to an administrative staff person who is not to set policy but implement your policy.
Thank you.
Good evening, Scott Lewis, Mayor Fire Chief. Not to echo the words that have already been stated here this evening, but I would at the minimum ask you to table this. And the reason being is because, as has been mentioned, risk assessment and liabilities, I also cannot abdicate my authority to another individual in running a fire department. It's very specific in the laws as far as my requirement of running a fire department. And it always worries me. I think we need further clarification on sort of processes that would end with staffing related issues. And so I think we need to have further clarification on the issue, and I think we have to understand exactly what the roles and responsibilities are within each of the departments that we're speaking of this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman? Could I ask a question?
Mr. Chairman?
Just a minute, please. Mr. Kohlberger.
Yeah, I'd like to answer a few of the questions. Mr. Murray advised that staffing levels are down since 2007. They were approved by the previous town boards. The town board is delegating to staff their policy, as Mrs. Murray stated. The line in the job description, as it states right now, is number 14. The town manager has the authority to determine appropriate staffing levels and to eliminate positions as he or she deems necessary, with the exception of department head positions. It appears, if you listen to Mrs. Murray, who was the board chairman several meetings or several boards ago, it was her board that approved this job description. So I'm sure she wouldn't give away her power then, and I'm sure she wouldn't do it now, and I know the town board wouldn't do it. And as far as lives lost and firefighters hurt, that's not true either.
Mr. Chairman?
I believe that Ms. Parker had a statement.
I was going to ask Chief Lewis a question, but that's all right. He's departed.
Yes, I'd like to ask the attorney if it's possible to amend my motion to simply add to it that any decisions that the town manager makes, that he would simply advise the board of those decisions.
Are you asking if you'd like to make a motion to amend the motion? That would be the proper thing to do. And then the board would need to discuss and take a vote on the amended motion, which is to discuss and vote on whether to amend the motion. And if that passes, then the discussion and vote turns on the amended motion.
Correct.
Is that clear, Mr. Chair?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, then I'd like to make a motion to amend my motion to add into the original description here for the original motion that any decisions, personnel decisions that the town manager makes, that he will inform the board. So that way we are advised, and
where are you adding that in?
Need to take action, then we would.
You just want that, excuse me, you amending your second. So basically, Mr. Calkin, Mr. Chairman, if I may clarify, so can I write this down properly? He wants another sentence after the last period that states all personnel decisions will be brought to the town board.
He will
be
advise.
noticed to the town board.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, no problem, sir. We'll put that in there.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to, after listening to Mrs. Murray, and I agree with her on some of the information she gave, and we should not give away our authority. We can't. We're the town board, and we have a responsibility by NRSs. But on the line that says permanently vacant and to set policies determining staffing levels, it should be implement policies and implement the town board's policies instead of setting policy, because the town manager should not set policy. we set policy.
That doesn't give him any leeway at all.
I think if he implements the policies that we're giving him in this paragraph, it should say basically the same thing. Because the town board, as Ms. Murray stated, sets policy. And if we say that the manager then sets policy, we're giving away that authority, which we have no right to do.
Okay, so what you're saying is to use the word implement. That way, we're giving him the responsibility,
That's
let's
correct.
say, of setting staffing levels. And so he's implementing our policy of allowing him to set staffing levels.
That is correct.
If that meets legal muster, you've got to
I need
check
to
with
intervene
current.
here. I really need to intervene. We have a motion to amend. We need to address that before we take on any further actions as far as changing anything else in the document.
Okay, let's stay with.
So as the motion to amend, Mr. Kohlberger, would you please repeat that for me, please?
The motion to amend that was made by Mr. Calkin and seconded by Ms. Parker was to add a line at the end was to state that all personnel decisions will be brought by the town board or by the town manager to advise the town board.
So that's that's right at the end of?
Yes, sir.
So all personal issues to?
Town manager will advise the town board of all personnel issues.
Point of order.
Correct, Mr. Calkin?
Yes.
Thank you.
Point of order?
The original motion that was placed on the floor was never voted on.
We know that.
You don't need another motion to change a motion that has never been voted on. If Mr. Colkin placed the motion, he can amend his motion prior to it being voted on.
And that's what he
He did.
If you vote on his amendment, you are also voting on the original motion.
That's
No.
not true.
That's not the way Robert's Rules of Order states it, that you have to address,
Doesn't have to.
you have to address,
There's no motion voted on.
Mr. Darby, Mr. Calkin amended his motion correctly, and it was the second by Mrs. Parker. She also amended her second. So now you can move forth with a vote.
Mr. Chair, if I may clarify, once the original motion was made and seconded and offered up to debate, it became a motion owned by the board. So in order to amend or offer up an amendment to that motion, it needs to be made as a separate motion to amend, in which case Mr. Colkin made a separate motion to amend the previous motion on the floor to include additional language, which was seconded and then offered up to debate again on the floor. What needs to occur now is a motion needs to be taken, or a vote needs to be taken on the amended motion. If that passes, the motion that's now on the floor is the amended motion. If that motion fails, then the motion that's on the floor is the original motion.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, what I'm trying to do is to change that one word, if I can get Mr. Culkin to change his amended motion to add that implement instead of set.
So be it.
Does that meet with the legal muster here?
We're getting closer, yeah.
Okay, then I'll
But I would-
amend my second.
Chair, if you can, I mean, I would prefer you clarify what the motion is that's currently on.
yeah, because now.
Oh, let's take it one.
You want me to
Here, let me
clarify? Wait a minute.
Mr. Chairman, let me make it real simple. I'm going to withdraw my amended motion and my second motion, and my original motion. And if you'll
Yeah, start over.
okay, we're going to start over. So if you'll withdraw yours, then we're going to start over. So let's, we already know what I want to do, and if, Mr. Waters will explain again what he wanted to do, and then I'll make an original motion to incorporate all of this.
Okay, only on that one line where it says vacant and to set policy, change the word set to implement.
Fourth line down under items requested for consideration, fourth line down. It starts with leave, ends with determining. Instead of set, implement. And then, Mr. Calkin once added, all personnel decisions will be town manager will inform the town board of all personnel decisions.
Okay, so I make a motion to accept this and change the fourth line down and change the word set to implement and add to it the sentence at the end that all personnel issues acted on by the town manager will be.
He'll inform the board.
He'll inform the board. The town, okay, the town manager, it's getting late. The town manager will inform the board of all personnel decisions that he has made.
Second?
Mr. Chair, may I make additional comment? Thank you. The Pahrump Town Board policy does state in policy number 1 that the town board shall approve policies that will govern the employees and volunteers of the unincorporated town of Pahrump. So we do have, as it was mentioned, that we do have the requirement to make sure we approve all those policies and that we do retain those policies. And the other concern that I have is to make sure that we do follow procedural due process so that we're responsible as a board to make sure that employees of this town are given to due process, that they've been given notice, that they've had an opportunity to be heard, that the person's been given a statement of reasons for the decision, and that we've complied with applicable statutory ordinances and contract provisions requiring the due process requirements. So that is our responsibility.
Call for the vote.
We had a motion and a second, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Public comment. We did that, so call for the vote.
You might want to take public comment because a new motion is made.
Just a minute. Mr. Kohlberger? Mr. Colvin?
Oh, I was just going to say, because I withdrew my motions and that we made a new one, you may want to take public comment because now it's a new motion on the floor.
It's very close.
But that's your decision.
Is there any further comment from the board? Any comments from staff?
No, sir.
Follow your direction. This up to public comment.
We already did this. We don't do public comment twice.
It's a little different. Give them their moment.
Yeah, Bruce Colley. Matt Louise and Chief Lewis have a budget to work with, do they not? They come in under that budget. Don't you think they should have the right to staff their departments as they deem necessary? Now, if William wants to fire some of the office girls, be my guest. But I don't think he knows the fine details of what goes on in roads and grounds and the fire department and any other department that he's not the immediate supervisor over. So do you really want to go there with this? And if you'd have written it in English, instead of getting the esquires involved, everyone might have a better understanding, and instead of taking an hour to figure it out, you might have got it in 10 minutes. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you.
George Gingell again. I don't mind Harley's thing of informing the board, but I believe when the board is informed, the public should be informed at the next possible meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Stevens again. I'd say scratch that thing off and leave it like it was before we even started this thing. This smells, there's no question about it. And I must add one other thing that this town really needs badly. I've got laughed out about it, but it's true. You need a grievance committee in this board where everybody, I'd never serve on anything, I'd just love to get on something like that. If anybody gets fired in this town, they could take it before the grievance committee, like in the union. Is there anything wrong with that?
No, sir. No, sir, I don't see anything wrong with that.
I like to keep talking, but my memory's not that good. There's a lot of things, man, that just, I don't trust this town board for one thing. I trust Mike, but Mrs. Industry, that's about the only two. The rest of them, I don't trust these people. I like to get rid of you all. Even stealing property and any other thing around here. Thank you.
Stealing property?
Yeah, Frank Carboni, Pahrump citizen. The only thing I have an issue with is if you're going to bring something to the board for to be reviewed, the word needs to be authorized by the board. Authorized is a legal word more than it is just to bring for review. Thank you.
Any further public comment? With that, we will go ahead and call for the vote. The motion is to amend paragraph 14 of the job description of the town manager to add the following sentences: to save the town money, to the town manager's authority to determine appropriate staffing levels includes the authority to leave town board funded positions permanently vacant and to implement policies determining staffing levels in circumstances where town employees were temporarily absent from their assigned shifts. By determining how many positions to fund in the town's budget, the town board is not deeming that a certain staffing level is appropriate unless there is express town board action or a legal requirement to the contrary. It is within the town manager's discretion to determine the appropriate staffing levels for all town functions. The town manager will inform the town of personnel decisions. Is that correct? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. Okay, as I see it, that takes us back to item 9. Discussion and possible decision on approval of the new town attorney legal services retainer agreement, which relates to attending town board meetings, reviewing proposed town board agenda items, and providing legal advice to the town board on matters relating to proposed town board agenda items. Caught up here. Mr. Kohlberger.
I'm going to defer to the town board and town attorney on this one.
Very good, sir.
So I'd be happy to answer any questions that the town board may have.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Culkin.
I have a problem with this contract because it says up to 30 hours of legal service per month and hourly rate thereafter. This contract does not state the hourly rate.
Which one page are you on?
First one. Under fees. So we have no idea what the hourly rate is for this after 30 hours.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
That's the old.
Yes, please.
To clarify that language, that's just referring to the
Old contract.
current agreement as it now stands for legal services, and then moving it to a fixed fee for attendance at the town board meetings, review of the agendas, and advising on any issues related to the agenda items. It's a flat fee regardless of rate or hours.
Yep.
That's just dealing
Mr. Chairman?
with the agendas.
Dr. Waters.
Yes, and looking at this, it reduces the monthly rate from 7,000 to 5,000, and it sounds like a savings. However, when we look at it and we look at the other one that does the hourly,
The rate went
I
up.
just feel that this could add up to more than the previous contract.
It will.
And, I was a strong proponent for leaving it as it was and and have the town manager discuss that with the attorneys to see if we could get the previous contract reinstated, and then talk about maybe a price reduction or something else. But I think if we look at this, it's going to cost us more than the previous contract.
It will.
Mr. Chair? Yes, I had voiced a concern when talking to legal counsel that we do appreciate that we have legal counsel here at the town board meetings, and I think that's important. The concern I have is that the attorney that the firm places here is not the same one that takes that information and does the research and puts forward the findings. So we have somebody that does not follow all the process through to give us the feedback. It goes into the hands of another attorney within the firm. So that concerns me, because that person then has to rely on the feedback from the sitting attorney here and does not oftentimes have the ability to maybe translate everything that was said about that issue that was being discussed. So that does concern me, that we have one attorney coming here to the town board meeting and others that take that information and process it.
I appreciate your concern on that particular issue, but wouldn't that almost be like asking for a paralegal to come into the meeting because they're the ones that did the research?
It's not a paralegal that does the work, it's another attorney in Reno.
No, it isn't a paralegal.
That's not what I was told.
You're paying for an attorney to do it.
If I may, as I understand this, we're contracting for two different things. This item is for the agenda and all the wording, and for Mr. Curran to handle that himself. And the other item that we'll be coming to is for all other legal matters. Is that correct, Mr. Curran? Pretty much?
Yes, the scope of services that are being discussed under this agenda item in this agreement is, my attendance at the board meetings, the review of the agenda items. It is also included that I'll consult with Brad or Mr. Campbell on matters that may be related to the agenda items, so I can properly inform the board and answer any questions they have. But the scope does not include other representation, including contract negotiations, work through employment and labor disputes, and things of that nature. That, I think, is in the next agenda item.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Caulfield.
The whole idea of looking in this matter was to save the town some money. Previously, we were spending $7,000 a month for up to 30 hours. And now, basically, for this service, anything related to the town board will be capped at $5,000 a month, because it does say a flat $5,000 a month, but, legal stuff, sometimes you don't know. But, so you're saying that flat means that that's the total price that the town board would spend, the town of Pahrump, for all your legal services involved in advising the board on the agendized item and so on, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're talking about $60,000. And in the past, we have spent $200,000 or more for legal services. So now we got it down to 60, excluding, of course, any other issues that the town takes on, and that's what we're going to discuss in the next contract. But we've locked in, instead of, Mr. Kohlberger, at the $7,000 mark, I believe we've been going over the 30 hours, haven't we, for the normal stuff, that now we're going to be capped and basically forget the 30 hours because we're capped at 5,000. So I see that being a savings myself.
No, because we pay on the next agenda item for anything beyond Seaton's 20 hours.
Yes. No, well, he's not going to be involved with other legal issues.
Right, so that's under the next agenda item. That's not capped. That's per hour.
Yeah, but that's not his legal representation.
That's correct. His
part
is
of the firm.
5,000.
Mr. Kohlberger, could you answer a question for me, possibly?
Hopefully.
No.
No.
All right. For But the town's been spending, well, the current contract is up to 30 hours a month.
Yes, sir.
And then after that, we were charged additional funds. To your knowledge, as the town board in their business dealing with the attorney, asking for questions and answers and so on, has it gone over to 30 every month, or what's up?
Yes.
I'm going to break that down. You stated with the town board asking them questions, is that putting us over the 30? Is that what you stated, sir?
Is the town board using more than 30 hours a month?
The town, not the town board, how about that?
Well, I'm looking at the town board right
Let
now.
him finish his comment.
Right now, we're looking at basically the town board issue. So I'm asking, does the town board, generally speaking, use more than 30 hours of legal service a month?
No, sir.
Could you have any idea how much they do spend?
This board actually.
On average, I'm just, what would you think? How many hours a month?
This board, like I said, this particular board is probably averaging about 10 hours a month with direct questions to the attorney, which is a lot more than the previous town board and the previous town board before that.
Okay, but that obviously, based on the other agenda item, if we're going to be, that's going to go up. So we got some inner workings here we have to deal with.
You got a lot of inner workings here.
So what I'm thinking is for the sake of discussion, if the other issue is to go up, then we're going to be using more than 30 hours a month.
The other contract was, and staff is working diligently on getting the numbers way down, and it's not $400,000 or $800,000 a year we're paying attorneys, which is citizens have stated on numerous occasions, not even close to $400,000. The highest amount was $187,000, and the reason it was $187,000 was because we had 6 issues that were out of the ordinary that we showed this town board. We sat down with you, we explained all that process. We had 2 issues with the IAFF that we had to deal with that ran up the costs, unfortunately, for that prior year. But this fiscal year is coming down. It's down greatly, as you have been shown. And the great thing about the old contract is when we can get it in control and take care of issues, because we're taking care of a lot of issues that should have been taken care of 4, 5, 6 years ago, unfortunately, because we're cleaning up a lot of stuff. And when we move forth, we won't be at that 30-hour level, and then they have a rollover contract. So if we use only 29 hours in 1 month, that 1 hour goes over, so the next month we have 31 hours. That was the great thing about the old contract. The problem is, we were cleaning up so much of the old mess, the old problems, that we had to spend a lot of time with the attorneys. And now we've cleaned up a lot of those issues, and those hours should be coming down. Did I just make sense, or did I just ramble?
Oh.
Because Mike's looking at me and smiling a little bit, so.
Yeah, I see your point, but like I said, we're also possibly going to be contemplating something to drive up 10, maybe, I would see easily past 30, so.
I don't know. Pursuant to this new contract, you have 2 of them. One of them is set for just for town boards and for agenda items leading up to the town board, and to specifically answer questions that the town board may ask of the attorney dealing with issues on the agenda. The next contract, and they are tied in, so I can speak about them, is that all other issues, and all these other issues are basically going to be staff's issues, or stuff that, again, that we've had to correct or bring forth, like development agreements or contracts.
Lawsuits.
Lawsuits. Grievances, employment issues.
Well, let's say, for example, the Grove
Day-to-day
Products
operations.
issue. Would the Grove Products issue be covered under this $5,000?
No, sir, it will not. It'll be covered under the second one, other.
Mr. Chairman?
Dr. Waters.
I'd just like to ask the attorney a question, and this is the reason for my first statement. When we look at the flat $5,000 a month, again, that's a $2,000 a month savings, and I understand that over the current contract. But then after fees, we're talking about cost. We'll include on our statement separate charges for performing everything else. So we're actually talking more than $5,000 a month for those items. Is that correct?
I think those costs are limited to any photocopying or duplication or things like that that really haven't been required as part of my representation
But that would
before the
be
board.
added to the 5,000.
If those costs come up, yeah, yes.
And that's why I said before, it could come out to more than the 7,000 per month. If we're looking at that, as we don't have we're not talking about 30 hours here and then say going over. We're talking about a flat fee of 5,000 plus the additional fees, which could bring it right back up to the 7,000. And that's why I have to agree with the town manager that the previous contract was more beneficial to the town, especially with all of our costs going down, because the big ticket items have already been accomplished. And now we're looking at smaller items, and I can understand too that by bringing those costs down, it would save the town a lot of money, but it's not putting a lot of money into the firm, the legal firm. And you guys would be losing money because we weren't paying for you to come here. You were paying for that, and we appreciated it. But we'd like to continue something like that because that was something beneficial to the town.
Mr. Chairman, you know, the whole idea of this stuff being initiated was to look at the legal costs and trying to implement something to save us some money. I'm looking at this item as maybe just being the first round. So I'm going to make a motion to disapprove this. And hopefully, maybe they'll come back with maybe a little bit better offer.
I don't think so.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to disapprove the contract. Is there a second?
I second.
Would you repeat that, Mr. Chairman? I didn't.
We have a motion on the table to disapprove this contract.
Disapprove.
Disapprove.
Meaning not to accept.
Not to accept this
Not to
contract.
accept this contract.
It's been, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion from the board? Anything from staff?
I did have a question of staff, but Mr. Kohlbarger just stepped out, so I guess I can't ask it. But Mr. Sullivan is here. Maybe he could step forward. While you're coming up, Mr. Sullivan, the question I have relates to the Special Town Board preliminary budget hearing meeting held Wednesday, April 7th. At that time, there was discussion held about the breakout of the legal services. And you noted that if they are not needed, they will not be spent. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll repeat. The question I have relates to the Special Town Board preliminary budget hearing meeting held Wednesday, April 7th, 2010. That was last year's budget. I'm losing my voice too, so excuse me. Mr. Sullivan, you explained that the breakout of legal services and noted that if they are not needed, they will not be spent. It was asked by a board member if there was an estimated figure of what was spent in legal services above and beyond what was contracted for the year. And Mr. Kohlbarger said he could get the figures and send them out to the board via email. Do you know if those figures were taken out and developed as a separate amount over and above? In the same question, at the same time, Mr. Waters asked if the town had saved money since changing legal services. So were those two questions answered from last year's budget?
I believe that as part of that budget packet, we broke out the professional services amounts. And so, not remembering back to April 10th, my recollection, and I'd have to look, I don't have it with me tonight from last year, but we typically, I'm just looking at this year's budget worksheets. We have a chart in there that shows the professional services broke out by types of professional services, and the legal services, yes, were in there, as well as IT support services, as well as web services. If that's your question, I'm not quite clear.
Well, the question from last year was what was spent in legal services above and beyond what was contracted?
But beyond the 30 hours.
Beyond the 30 hours. Those are the charts we provided you here recently, if that answers your question. At the time last year, I guess I don't recall. I mean, that was April 2010. All I do recall is that in that budget, we budget an amount for legal services. And I don't recall doing any other chart at that time. Subsequently, we've done a chart that shows historically what we've paid in legal fees and for which kinds of cases. Beyond that, I don't recall.
Okay, thank you.
Are we under budget, over budget?
She's referring to the prior years.
Well, it's applicable for this year's budget too, if you have those figures, that question.
I don't have it in front of me. That was the chart we gave you that day. Off the top of my head right now, we're still below that budget for the fiscal year 11 that I'm in.
I actually believe that the amount for the last year was budgeted close to $300,000 in legal fees, and it was actually only 187 spent of that 300,000 that was budgeted.
Again, because we break it up depending on the types of legal services inside that budget, my recollection, we were in the 200,000 range for legal services.
Absolutely.
For the budget, and you're correct, legal actuals were around 187,000.
Right, because it's broke up to the 23 different funds.
Different funds as well as different types of services. For instance, HR legal services versus water legal services versus standard services. So.
Thank you.
Does that help you?
Yes, thank you.
What was your question? I'm sorry, I was out of the room, I apologize.
She wanted to know where we were budget-wise as far as legal expenses, if we were over the 30 hours. Okay, so we'll open this up to public comment. Dave, you need to push the button again.
First of all,
Move back.
what's,
Back up a little bit, Dave.
how's that?
Good.
She got, first of all, I don't want to be disrespectful to that lawyer. I've been harping around here since I've been in this town to get legal help. Somebody that lives in this town, a lawyer that lives in this town. We had a good lawyer here. A lot of you don't agree with me. But he was there 4 years, and I never overcharged. He didn't paint some guy's house around here, and him and Kohlberger ganged up on him, and he resigned. He didn't get fired. I was at that meeting. Don't tell me I wasn't there. And that's why I say get somebody local here. These guys are reasonable here in this town. I know 3 or 4 good ones. Harley wouldn't agree with me if I got Jesus Christ Almighty up there. Anyway, I'd like to get Ron up there. I forget his first name. He'd be all right. And there's a lot of them here. I don't know these lawyers. I stay away from them. They're all thieves. They are. Every time I've had a tangible with them, it cost me a lot of money. And I'd like to know what that trip, how much that trip up to Fallon, that lawyer charged, that Campbell. Anybody know? Up there trying to get that Senator McGinnis to.
Dave, we need to stay on the subject here.
That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to, Mike.
Well,
I'm sorry. I get so mad here at this stuff. I got high blood pressure and I see this bills here, and I go right up in the air. That's my money you guys are spending here. And I want to get a lawyer, a local lawyer here, somebody you can talk to. I don't talk to these people. I don't even talk to Kohlberger anymore. And some of the people on the town board, because they don't know what they're doing here. I don't trust them. There's a couple on here I do. Yes. And what I'm trying to say is get a local lawyer here. For God's sake, use some sense for a change. You're not using good sense here. Why would a guy come all the way up here from Las Vegas to make money? Money. That's the name of the game, money. He was running a whole bunch of shacks up there in Carolou someplace, and he had the same lawyers up there. Heard all about his stuff. I started to bring that clipping down here, I couldn't find it, about him getting fired up in Carolou. Kohlberger. He won't tell you that. Well, I guess I'm just about finished here. I don't want to get in an argument with Mr. Tindersley.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Get a new attorney here. Get rid of these guys. Get rid of the town manager.
Richard Goldstein, Prompt resident. Mr. Kohlberger, through your coughing and dying over here, approximately how much do we spend a year in legal services for the town of Pahrump?
We just, no, I'm sorry.
Please, go ahead.
I apologize, Mr. Darby. We just gave a sheet to the readout to the town board last year. I believe it was $187,000 or $186,000.
Okay.
But that's not an average year.
Right. Now, most cities have what's known as a city attorney, somebody that works for the city. That's all they do, city attorney. Why can't we have a town attorney? Wouldn't it be cheaper in the long run if we had one person that took care of all the business for the town of Pahrump? And that was his job. You pay him a salary, and that's what he does, just like a city attorney in a bigger city. Why not do something like this and save a whole lot of money on monthly payments plus all the incidentals, you know, copying, and where they're probably charging you $10 to copy one sheet of paper. Hire a town attorney, pay him a salary, and this is all he does, is takes care of all the legal business for the town of Pahrump. Thank you.
Barb Jorgensen, Pahrump resident. I just had to make a comment, Dr. Waters, on your concern about the extra costs over and above the $5,000. I don't have a copy of the old contract by any means, but I'm sure there was probably something in that contract also where we were paying the $7,000 and then anything over and above the 30 hours, that any other costs that they had to do, such as photocopying, we would have had to pay for that also. So it was just your comment about, well, all these extra costs are involved. I'm sure that they were also involved under the old contract.
Yes, ma'am. Many of them were. May I reply to that? Many of them were, except that they weren't charging us for some things. Like sitting at the town board meeting, they weren't charging us for some of those things. A lot of those things we got free of charge. And that's why I was hoping we could go back to the old contract. I think even paying $7,000 a month, it's going to be less than by adding these other charges on. And that's an assumption. That's an assumption based on what has happened in the past. That's all.
Well, you say that they were sitting at the town board free of charge, but they had a retainer of $7,000 per month, plus anything over and above the 30 hours we had to pay for. So I don't understand how we had them free of charge really under the old contract. I just don't understand that part of it.
There were many areas when we looked at the legal costs. There were many areas that they weren't charging us for, and I think now we will be charged for those areas. That's all I'm looking at, and that's why I think it will come to more than the $7,000 per month.
Okay, can you elaborate a little bit on the extra, the areas that we weren't being charged for, just as an example?
I can.
Then I think then the legal people will probably look at that and say, we weren't charging them for it, so let's charge them for it now. So,
Don't want to give them an excuse, I see. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Good evening again. I got a couple questions here on this that I'd like to know about. I'm looking at this contract here with the lawyer and the $5,000 a month, but they've also stated down there that there would be certain amounts of money given to, I don't know where it went to, but it's in there somewhere. Anyway, there was about 4 or 5 different values or wages that we were paying to different people in the office. And I'm wondering how they decide who's going to do that, and if we're going to be getting, if there's, I think there was one there that says $5.75, if I remember, per hour or whatever it was. How do we know that they're not going to be going back in the office and giving that $5.75 person another job and then keep doing that? And when the guy that's down to $2.50, we're not going to get any. And actually, the thing that really bothers me the most, I know that my brother's a lawyer. I call him a shyster lawyer. He's my Florida. But anyway, they have paralegals, and I wonder how much of the paralegals do this work that they're getting paid $5.75 for. The other thing is I took the liberty today to go through the telephone directory here in Pahrump. There are 19 lawyers in this town, and there's more than that, but there was 19 that give a Pahrump address. There's, I think, there's about 6 of them that I didn't count because they work in Las Vegas also. So there's 19 lawyers in this town, and I don't understand why we are still farming out stuff to other areas when we're paying $100 and some odd thousand a year for a lawyer, and it's not staying in the town. It's going somewhere else. And I think it's something that we, as a town board, that you have to consider really, really heavy, no matter whether it's a lawyer or whatever it might be. If we've got the guy that can do it here in town, why in the world go out there and get somebody from Las Vegas or from California that's not going to come back out here after the job's done? And I'm quite sure that you've all seen this happen to where you do get something from Las Vegas, they come out and they install it, and then you have a couple weeks later, you have a problem. It takes them about 4 or 5 weeks to get out there to figure out to fix it because they don't like coming out to Pahrump that much. So I think that we ought to consider everything that we want done in this town by people in this town, and that includes being our lawyers or whatever else it might be. And I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Will Bond. I'm a citizen here in Pahrump. In looking at the contract or the proposal, it talks about the $450 per hour for senior partners and $325 for Brett Meisch. Time will be billed at $250. And then down at the bottom it talks about the time devoted by legal assistance is charged at billing rates ranging from $100 to $150 per hour.
Excuse me, Mr. Bond, are we on the first agenda item or the second one?
Well, it's one or the other, and I didn't separate the two issues. But what I'm looking at is the total cost for legal fees. And you were right when you stated earlier that, or Mr. Kobarger stated earlier that the citizens were saying $400 to $800 per hour. And then the 187 comes up as an actual figure of what legal fees are costing the city. I attended a meeting here a week ago it was a forum between the district attorney and the sheriff in Nye County. The subject came up there, could the district attorney provide legal service for the town of Pahrump? And he answered yes, he could. And it was about $125,000 per year that he would put on another person, a full-time attorney, for Pahrump, and that was another way of saving money, in my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to address the issue of using the county district attorney. Groponics is a perfect example. The county has one opinion, the town has another. If the district attorney was to provide legal advice, who would they favor in that matter? Right now, the town of Pahrump is trying to take over planning and zoning. We'll need some legal advice. The county was up there, which we'll get into later on today. They went up to Carson City to fight us on this issue. So that legal deputy from the district attorney's office, whose side would he be on? I don't see how we can use the district attorney. because in too many instances, and I see many more coming up, he can't represent both sides. So I don't feel that's an option.
Mr. Huff.
Phil Huff, citizen. Okay, Harley, you got me off the track.
My apologies.
I've spoken to Brian Kunze, and he's very willing to offer us the services of an attorney that he would hire. I don't believe that he'd be prejudiced. I don't think that you should say that attorneys are, particularly prejudiced. Some of them are, of course, or not. But his idea was to alleviate some of the horrible representation we have. And let me go on to say that if anyone were to look at the Groponics contract, you would wonder who on earth wrote it. If it goes to court, which it will, you will be sued by Koshani, I'll guarantee you. I guaranteed you before you ever even did it.
We're not talking about that.
We're talking about that. It's probably part of the reason that we shouldn't have this attorney for the town. They're terrible. Their contract with Koshani doesn't have any of the things that I could buy in a contract, a lease option contract. I went to the department store, or excuse me, the stationery store, and bought one for $7.50. And they must not have ever read it in law school because they don't know what they're doing. They are very, very happy to represent you because they're going to be able to represent you in a lawsuit with Groponics. And maybe they wrote the contract so crazy so that they could do that. But it's going to happen, absolutely. And the delays by the town manager to try and obviate this thing are just completely ridiculous.
Again, off topic,
It should have
sir.
been we were told by Mr. Kobarger that they were going to appear before the commissioners. They're not. The attorney isn't going to go with them either to represent our interest. They don't represent our interest at all. The contract is a sham and a scam, and we're going to suffer with it. So why would we hire the same people over again? I don't understand. The speaker here before said you can hire a local attorney. You know very well you can, and I'll guarantee you that if there's 19 people listed in there for this town, that 18 of them are better than the people you have working for you now, because they wouldn't have written that kind of a crummy contract. And it disturbs me to think that they'll be involved in more contracts or more legal things, and you're paying them enormous amounts of money. And to say that they only spent $189,000 is ridiculous. You heard Sullivan just do a dance around the mulberry bush when you asked him. He's got 26 places that didn't spend any money. That was pretty cute. Dancing around the mulberry bush. When are you going to learn?
Mr. Chairman, the motion is on the table to not accept this contract. It seems like maybe some of the people don't realize what we're considering right now.
Hi, I'll be real quick. My name is Sandra Darby, and the one thing I wanted to bring up just about hiring an attorney locally would mean that they would live here, and that means they would spend here, and they would use the tax money to support our schools and other problems that we have here. So that would be my reasoning for hiring a local attorney, because they live here, and the tax money would be used to support us. Thank you.
George Gingell again. I was at the same meeting this gentleman back here was. I just didn't remember the amount of money, but the figure that he said sounded pretty what they were talking about, and that was to hire a lawyer strictly to do the town's work, but he working for the district attorney, and that figure included his retirement. Now, you're paying these guys to do their own retirement, and I'm definitely sure that their paralegals aren't making $50 an hour. They're probably making $20 if they're lucky, and they're charging you $100 to $150. And you know where they're going to do is put everything that's on their thing under the senior one, because they're going to get $450 an hour. So, and probably most of the work are going to be done by a paralegal anyway. Thank you.
Yeah, Bruce Colley. It's so much. I don't know where to start. I agree with Dr. Waters. they're going to give you you're going to give them $5,000 a month. There'll be no charge for travel time. In the very paragraph underneath it, it says there will be a charge for travel time and about, 20, 25 other things, additional things. And then additionally, for efficiency, we may use services of an affiliate of our firm, Logical Choice, to perform a whole bunch of more technical services, documents, printing, blah, 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 a whole bunch more charges extra. So it's going to be well above the $2,000 they're saving you per meeting. Okay. They can't even get a promissory note from the Nugget people that are going to pay the 19.5. What happened there? They blew that, right? Did you hear them offer to make it good? You know, I know how to write a promissory note when somebody says they're going to give me almost $20,000. How about the second deed? A couple of meetings ago, the attorney sat here and said, I don't even know if there's a second deed, you know. I was at the meeting with Mr. Coonsey last Sunday, the Sunday before. Waters, Dr. Waters, Carolyn, and Harley were there also. I wish to go talk to Brian and see what he can offer and what services are available. Also, keep the money here in town. Also, time and time again, I've asked the law firm over here if they're affiliated with Corrections Corporation of America. A couple of times Bill said over in the other building, cut the mic off, cut the mic off. We don't want to talk about this, okay? Lately, they just ignore you. They look the other way and refuse to answer. Has anybody looked into this? I got some federal filing papers here concerning Mrs. Cox and the Office of the Federal Detention Trustee lawsuit. And down here, Brett Meach and Richard Campbell of Teasdale and Armstrong are also involved in this. Why would they be involved between a lawsuit between the prison and Mrs. Cox? Huh? I think we need to look into things here before we charge off again. The more litigation he does for you, the more money he makes. And this is only the first contract. The item after this is another whole ball of wax. You need to look at it.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Waters?
If I may, I'd just like to just maybe clear the air on some of the things that have been stated. I know Brian Coonsey pretty well, and I will say nothing negative about Brian Coonsey, nothing. I think he's a fine gentleman, he's a fine lawyer, he's a good attorney, and he's our district attorney. The thing that I think we need to look at is the fact that lawyers specialize, just like doctors specialize. A lawyer that is hired by the district attorney to represent the town of Pahrump would still have to go to other lawyers that specialize in certain areas to handle things just like our town attorney does. Right now, for the county, they have to get in four or five other areas, they pay other attorneys to handle things for the county. It's because Brian specializes in certain areas, but he can't handle it all. No attorney could handle every situation that comes up. That's why we have a law firm doing it. When we talk about paying one attorney, we're actually going to be paying maybe 4 or 5 attorneys, just as they do for the county. The county doesn't break it out and talk to you like we're doing. And I wish you would look at that. Whenever you talk about the fact that we could have that one attorney who could do everything for the town, it would not work. It just would not work. And I just want to clarify that because too many people are saying that one attorney could do everything. Lawyers, attorneys specialize, just like doctors. You don't go to a foot doctor to get your heart worked on. You don't do that. He would, if you have a doctor, he's going to refer you to other doctors to get things done. Lawyers have to do the same thing. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Ms. Cox?
Yeah, Donna Cox, resident taxpayer. I'd like to start out by saying that I somewhat agree with Mr. Waters, but I think the district attorney's office has specialty people in all different areas. They don't just specialize in one item. As far as Mr. Coonsey goes, he represents a lot of different areas just in the seat he sits in, and it's not just the county. He was hired by the people of Nye County and Pahrump and the other towns to represent everybody, whether it be in the area of a crime or litigation in a bad check issue. the point is that I don't feel that he's going to jeopardize his communication with the rest of the residents strictly to support Nye County on an issue. I think he's going to do the right thing, and that was why I voted for him, because I think he's a very honest person, and I don't see him going after the citizens because he has an issue between the citizens and Nye County. I see him stepping aside before he would do that and actually bringing in somebody else. And I will say that Bell, California is a good example of that. Just today, as a matter of fact, the district attorney was on TV for Bell County saying he investigated and had, the mayor arrested and all the other people that were committing crimes. And you're probably all very familiar with what happened in Bell County, where they were making millions of dollars and they shouldn't have been. So anyway, he, as a district attorney, didn't let that interfere with his job. He went after the people, arrested him, and now they're looking at prison time, and he's handling that. And that's the way I feel Mr. Coonsey would do this. But I'd like to get past that point. Already this year, we've got, since January 1st, $30,000 plus in extra charges for items that this attorney's firm has taken care of. I want to note that. And we're only less than 3 months, 2.5 months of even that into the year. We're already at over $30,000 in extra fees. That's above and beyond his $7,000 or $8,000 he gets a month. I have another problem with that because his contract says he's supposed to get $7,000 a month, but I have an item that was given to me by someone from the town, and I'm not sure exactly where this came from, but it states, Armstrong and Teasdale at $34,985. This was 2 months' worth of billing because they had to go back and sort out the contractual discrepancies that Carla stumbled over. The retainer was supposed to be $8,000 a month, not $8,500. So they issued an $8,000 credit to us. Otherwise, this payment would have been that much larger. Sorry. I didn't get to tell you all the items, but you're paying for a lot of things. We shouldn't have to pay for it. The town manager should be taking care of.
Good evening again, John Koenig. Back in 2009, when we lost Mr. Jorger, Mr. Kobarger made a statement that we have 2 firms we're currently looking at. Maybe we should go look at the other one. Yes. At the time that Mr. Jorger resigned, he made a statement. He said the town could find another lawyer and pay him enough so he would tell board members what they wanted to hear, but it will come back to bite this town on the butt. I am happy to walk away if you want to get someone to say yes. That's what we did, okay? It's time to take Harley's motion and vote for that, not to do this, and go put this contract out to bid and see if we can get someone in town to take this job. It's all I hear. We don't have any work in town. We don't have any jobs in town. We don't have anyone in town. How come the county didn't hire someone from the town to do that job? And here we are hiring someone from Las Vegas to be our lawyer when there might be someone in town. Let's give them a chance to stand up and say, here I am, I'm a lawyer, I'd love to do your business, and I'll do it for this amount of money. If we don't get anybody, fine. But have we done that? No. I haven't seen anything in the paper. I didn't see an ad. Thank you.
Any further public comment?
Mr. Darby?
Seeing Mr. Kohlberger.
May I, please? In 2008, an RFQ was put in the newspaper, locally and in Las Vegas, and in other journals. As I showed the town board, Mr. Cocken, all of you got that paperwork. Y'all saw it. Y'all know it was all put out the RFQ legally per the NRS. It went out everywhere. We only had 2 firms apply. Nobody in Pahrump applied. Only 2 firms applied, one from Elko County and one from Las Vegas. That was Armstrong Teasdale and Gokachia, DeGrasia, Coyle, and Stanton. Those are the only 2 applied. It was in the paper, met all the standards, NRS, voted on by the town board. Just want that noted. And you guys all have the paperwork on it, and you can attest to that. Number two, Armstrong Teasdale does not represent the CCA, Corrections Corporation of America, in any way, shape, or form. The reason their name is on that lawsuit is because the town was involved in the lawsuit. Point blank and simple. That's why they're being copied on everything, because they represent the town of Pahrump. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion on the table not to accept the contract. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. That was number 9? Yeah. All right, that brings us to item number 10, discussion and possible decision on the approval of the Town of Pahrump and other legal services agreement with Armstrong Teasdale LLP that relates to advise the town in connection with certain matters, including but not limited to labor and employment disputes, contract negotiation, water rights acquisitions, and intellectual property advice.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
If I may?
please.
Since you voted down the first contract, just table this one indefinitely, and, or you can, table it indefinitely and instruct staff to get with the town attorney and, see what may be held for the future. I believe is what Dr. Waters talked about earlier, or going back to the old contract or whatever. Just an advice.
Would somebody from the board care to make that motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we table this one until staff can go back and talk to the attorneys and maybe open up the old contract or reopen the old contract that I do believe saved the town some money.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to table this item. Any discussion from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Calkin.
Oh, go ahead. Now, go ahead, Mr. Kohlberg, you might have something to say that. But, I'll embellish or something. Go ahead.
Checking with the chairman.
Mr. Kohlberger.
Thank you, sir. I would like Dr. Waters to amend his motion to include a town board member in that with staff to discuss with the town attorney in the future.
I will amend my motion to add a town board member.
I'll amend my second.
Mr. Chairman, this whole business was initiated trying to lower attorney's cost to the town. Having two contracts to look at was what the attorney proposed, not necessarily what any of our board members wanted to see. And unfortunately, this type of thing, apparently we can't just sit down and have an open discussion and barter about what we're going to do. So as I said, this is just the first round and doesn't mean we have to accept it. And our goal is to lower the cost, but also we need quality representation. As Dr. Waters is talking about specializing, this company has over 300 attorneys, which gives us tremendous resources for the needs that we might have. They're specialized in government law. Perhaps you'd like to tell us about some of the clients that you have in the state of Nevada, your law firm. Yeah, municipal law. And they represent many government municipalities in the state of Nevada, meaning that they're quite knowledgeable about rules and laws and so on, which is quite necessary. Many of our attorneys in our town specialize, as an example, in divorces. I don't know how helpful they can be in municipal law.
Real estate.
And so on. So this is just the first round. I don't have a problem with this company, so to speak, personally. I would just like to see the fees a little more palatable for this community here that doesn't have a lot of money. And so we're just starting out here. But, you know, we'd all like to have a Cadillac if we could afford it. We're just trying to see if we can do that here, that's all.
I'd like to.
I like Lincoln. You got the idea. We're trying to get the best for the least.
Mr. Chair?
But the idea is to table this and actually get together with staff and a board member to talk through the details of this. So the motion is to table to work through these issues.
Yes, I understand. I'm just saying it's a good idea.
Yeah, I would like to say one thing, in that I've been coming to these meetings for 10 years now, and I've seen a number of attorneys come and go. And this group of attorneys was hired prior to me being on the board, so I've seen them from where you're sitting also. And the quality of legal advice, although some of you don't agree, is much higher than what I've seen in the past with the local attorneys coming and going. That's my comment.
Mr. Chair, 2 points. One, I would like to see the chair be that point person to meet with the attorney and staff. I think the chair would be our representative as your responsibilities are. And also that we look at talking with the district attorney also to see what their availability is to sit in for town board meetings.
Boy, I'd like to vote on that one and put that on the agenda, because I'm not in favor of it, and I know Mr. Culkin isn't either, so that's nothing we can do tonight.
Already that we need to
That's
vote.
right, we can't do that.
Any further comment from the board?
Are we gonna table it?
Any comment from staff?
You look hesitant to ask, but I'm going to say yes. I have a comment. I know Mrs. Intersby nominated the chair to sit in on that, but the chair works full-time, and might be detrimental to his work schedule, but that's up to the chair. I would prefer either Dr. Waters or Mrs. Parker, because they're both semi-retired.
Order, please.
Again, they're both semi-retired. They've both been professionals, and I think they would both represent the board really well. If Mr. Darby chooses to take that, that's fine, but I know you work full-time, sir.
I appreciate that.
Actually, if I may, I would suggest either Dr. Tom or me, but I would also like to have a second board member in on this, and that would be Mr. Culkin, because he's the one behind this to begin with, and so I think that we need his input during the inception rather than when it's presented to us.
That would be fine with me.
So are we amending the motion to table this? How am I to put this? We're tabling this indefinitely, but then we're also talking about getting together with the attorney and staff and a couple of board members to negotiate the contract?
Just, sir, just table it and we'll do the other.
That's what I was,
We'll do the
that's
other
what
way.
I thought, and then
Just table
the
it.
additive, yeah, so the motion has been
Just a table.
Stated and seconded just to table indefinitely. Public on? Yeah. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
I'll get with you later on that issue, Mr. Darby.
Thank you. That jumps us up to item 13. Discussion possible decision to create a town of Pahrump advisory board for not more than 6 months.
No, sir. You gotta go back to the tabled item, on the policy, sir. Town board policy. Number 11, sir. We tabled that to hear these two issues. We've heard these two issues. Should go back to that one now, sir.
I stand corrected.
Glad you remembered.
All right, item
Thank you,
11.
Mr. Goldberger.
You're welcome, Mr. Calkin.
Okay, I thought we covered discussion, and possible decision to amend Town Board Policy 2009, Section 7.1, to require town board members / town manager to submit proposed agenda items to the town attorney for review no later than 10 working days prior to the meeting.
Could I speak on that for briefly?
Yeah. Ms. Parker.
Yes, it looks like you may not be sending anything to the attorney, and I'll defer to the rest of the board on that, but I still would like to see the 10 working days so that it can get past staff and my items don't get pulled on a Wednesday night. I'm still mad about that.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Calkin.
Being as we haven't resolved the issue of the town attorney, I don't think we should pass this as it is. I wouldn't have a problem if we legally can do so that we have to have things in 10 working days ahead of time. I don't have a problem with that, and we can address the attorney issue at a later date.
Make a motion.
So I'll make a motion to that all things to be submitted to be on an agenda should be turned in with at least 10 working days prior to the meeting.
I'll second that.
Mr. Darby?
Mr.
So the emotion, actually, you're amending Town Board Policy 2009, Section 7.1, to require all submitted agenda items to be in no later than 10 working days prior to the meeting. Is that what you said, Mr. Calkin?
That's correct.
Thank you.
To allow staff time to review.
He just had to use the word amend
Mr. Chairman.
Town Board Policy.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, I would like to say, I want the 10 days in there, but I'd also like it to go through the attorney if there is no additional cost. I'd like that in there if possible. As long as there's no additional cost, I'd still like to go through the attorney for proper framing. I think we need that.
Mr. Chairman, the reason why I made that motion is because we don't know if there'll be additional cost or not. So until we determine that, I made the motion as is. We can later on change it again and add the attorney business if
we add that in now, if there's no additional cost, it would go through the attorney. If there is an additional cost, it would not. We'd still have the 10 days.
I don't know if like I said earlier when we were talking about this, for us to say that there won't be an additional cost, I don't know that commands authority over the attorney to say, oh, okay, that's how it is.
And the attorney is the one who told me that.
Well, let's ask the attorney.
I believe there's an issue with that because of the fact that the contract was not accepted.
Exactly. So we have to leave it out for
Yeah,
now.
I mean, well, as of right now, we're operating under the existing attorney agreement.
Yeah, but they gave us 30, they did give us 30 days notice, though.
When does your current contract expire?
30 days notice. We don't have it in writing, do we?
There's no expiration date. Basically, what it states is either party can, through written recommendation, 30 days prior can end a contract.
We don't have anything written on that, just verbal, am I right?
I have the contract here if you'd like to look at the current contract.
Under the current contract, is there a charge right now for us sending it through the attorney?
If we exceed 30 hours.
If we exceed the 30 hours. So if we do not exceed the 30 hours, there's no charge.
No additional charge.
Mr. Kohlbarger, being as you handle all these items that we put on the agenda, would you feel that we would be under or over the 30 hours if all the agendized items are submitted to the attorney?
With all the other issues, yeah, it would push us over 30.
I look at the amount of time that I spend researching the agenda items, and yeah, I would think that if he had to review every agenda and every item.
I'm thinking that this would be, like I say, we're basically still in the bargaining stage of an attorney contract, and, you know, Dr. Waters' concerns can certainly be employed in, you know, in our decision coming up. So right now, we just don't know if it'll cost us more or not, so I don't know.
And again, my concern is, again, I want the 10 hours or the 10 days, but I want it to go through the attorney if there is no additional cost.
Mr. Kohlbarger, are you able to keep a record of the time spent? So in other words, let's say we move, because Dr. Waters is saying that he doesn't want to incur any extra expense, and would you be in a position to say, okay, no more can go through the attorney because this month because we've reached our 30 hours? Is that something you can do?
If that's what the town board requested me to do, I'd be glad to do that.
Okay, well, yeah, now then I can amend my motion that be it so, and then I don't have a problem with it. I just don't want to incur any more expense, and we're trying to have less expense.
Okay, so the motion is to amend the Town Board Policy 2009, Section 7.1, to require town board members / town manager to submit proposed agenda items to the town attorney for review no later than 10 working days prior to the meeting if there is no additional cost.
Correct.
Do I have a second?
I second.
You just have to agree to the amendment.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeable.
Any additional comments from the board?
Yes, I'm not clear on Mr. Culkin's comment that there's a possibility that no further items would go to legal counsel if we have reached a maximum. Is that what you're saying? In which case there might be some issues that might not be addressed by legal because we've expended the monies? Agenda items.
That's correct. And what that would basically mean was you would be first in line for the next month or the next meeting, you know, how it happens to fall.
Well, you could also, if I may, Mr. Kohlbarger is bright enough to look at the agenda items and say, you know, these need to go to legal. This is a very simple advisory board report or something very simple that wouldn't have to go. He could stack rank them in priority order so that the important ones go to the attorney and the others don't if there isn't money.
I would agree with that, but unfortunately the agendized item says that all items would go to the attorney.
Well, if you add, if it doesn't cost extra, then he can stack rank them.
Of course, there's nothing saying, if we all turn in something, there isn't something saying that Mr. Kohlbarger couldn't look at this one and go, well, we better get that in first. And, oh, I'm sorry, yours will have to wait till next time because it wasn't that important, so I don't know.
But yours will still go on because it says if it doesn't cost more, so it doesn't go to the attorney.
Hey, how about this? We can try this. If it don't work, we can change it, you know, when necessary. How about that?
Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah, so we can change it if we need to.
Any comment from staff?
Well, that was the whole issue of this whole thing is I talked to each and every one of you and told you that I do not have the power to tell you guys what you can and cannot put on a board agenda, even though some people think I do. But I do not. Am I correct?
That's why we wanted to go to the attorney.
Wait a minute.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman,
that is correct.
So, again, I can look at issues, but when it comes to you guys submitting them, I can talk to you, which I have. But if you ultimately say it's going on the agenda, I don't have the power to tell you no. Correct?
Correct.
That's just one thing you just got to remember. Just what you got to remember. I do talk to you about issues so you won't be embarrassed. I try and correct wording so you don't be embarrassed. But when you want something on the agenda, I don't have the power to say no. So, you know, you want something on the agenda, it's going to be on the agenda.
Thank you. I'll open it up to public comment.
Bob Irving, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying 10 days before the 10, you only got 2 days left to look, to get anything turned in. 10 working days, you're only gonna have 2 days left to turn anything in for a town board meeting.
What do you mean?
Well, what I'm saying is that tonight, if you go 10 days from now, 10 working days from now, you're only gonna have roughly about 2 more days to go, maybe 3 days before the next town board meeting. So consequently, you're saying that 10 days, I would say more like 5, but not 10, because you're starting tomorrow to get the agenda items for the next meeting. And if they don't do it in 3 days, they won't be able to get it in. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you're saying that if I want to put an agenda item in, but let's go further than that. Mr. Kohlbarger decides that he wants to go and put an item in on the agenda, and it's past the 10 days, he's not going to be able to put it on.
That's correct.
That don't seem right, because it might be something that has to be addressed right now. Not 20 days from now, or 30 days from now. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I'm saying, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, then so you're saying that if tomorrow morning the fire station burns down and we gotta wait for 30 days because chief didn't get it on the agenda in 10 days.
I would think that if the fire station burned down, that would call for a special meeting.
Well, I understand, that was exaggeration.
Well, I mean, I look at some of the issues that's been presented to this board and the time limit, that by the time we get the material, the backup, when we get it in our hands on Friday, we have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then Tuesday to actually do any research and try to phone people and get the information back from others.
I see.
So if people are working,
Yeah.
and that's the only time that you can contact them because you don't have their personal cell phone or home phone number, then you eliminate Saturday and Sunday, so then you've got Friday and Monday.
Okay.
And then Tuesday, you're at the board meeting. So
Well,
you're actually
I
looking
was
at only
just-
2 days of being able to research an item. So I personally requested more time to do research.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. I mean, I was just questioning. It just sounded like you were pushing, that you were crowding yourself to the point to where you weren't going to be able to get anything in there unless you got it 2 or 3 days after a regular town board meeting, start putting in this information. I just thought it was going to be a little bit more of a hassle with you than trying to do it in 10 days prior to the town board meeting. And I was trying to protect you, to give you something to look at. I thought it was too much for you. Maybe it wasn't. What? Oh, yeah. Okay, and the other thing is that, we've been talking about the lawyer tonight a little bit on this particular thing. And the one thing that I do, that was brought up in our agenda items and things like that, do you as a town board go and give the town manager direction of what he should be doing as far as using the lawyer, or does he just arbitrarily do what he thinks he needs to do to use the lawyer?
Mr. Chairman, may I address that?
Mr. Calkin.
I've had a couple issues that I'll be putting on future agendas, and I went to Mr. Kohlbarger and asked him to give it to the attorney to look over, to get my idea down right on paper. And so to answer your question, he just works with us, and, we ask him to do something, he does it for us.
Okay, I just have one question, one thing that I want to give you an example of. Here a number of months ago, we got a letter from the attorney, and it didn't have correct information on it. And it wasn't when you guys were up there on board, on the staff, except for you two. But the thing about it is that we got a letter from them, and it had false information on it. So I'm wondering where does the town manager or whoever it might be in the office there have the right to send information out that they have no information that's not correct? Mr. Waters was talking about that we got to make sure everything is correct. Well, we're trying to make everything correct, and if we don't give them the right information, it makes us look like a bunch of fools, and you look like a bunch of fools too in the same process.
Well, naturally, everybody strives to put out the correct information, but if you find something wrong, then you need to let Mr. Kohlbarger, or I would think the chairman, know what you found that's incorrect, and then we'll take action to straighten it out.
I would appreciate that if you'd get together with me after the meeting and inform me as to what that was like.
Well, this happened a few months here last year.
It's still, I'd like to know.
Okay, because it's not necessary, you know, it's something that we have to watch over to make you guys look good and everybody else look good on there.
I appreciate that.
Okay, I think that's it for the night. I think we're just about done. Thank you.
Sorry.
No way. Bruce Colley. Okay, it's 7-2. Are we clear on that? And not 7-1, agenda item 7-2. We're clear on that, right? And it says all items must be submitted before noon on Wednesday of the previous week before the meeting. Okay. If you wanted something on the next town board meeting, 10 days from today, 10 working days from today is the next town board meeting, so they'd have to be in by today. Are we talking about 12 o'clock noon? Are we talking about midnight? Holidays a working day? This breaks us down in the NRSs, but, you know, we need to clarify this. And it also says, to require town board members and the town manager to submit proposed agenda items. It doesn't say anything about the public submitting items, right? You guys have to sponsor them. Does that include sponsoring also? Can we clarify that? So if we want to put something on the agenda, it's got to be 10 working days, not counting holidays. It has to be in by that 10th day at 12 noon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, the town office is closed from noon to 1. Not.
Well, if it has to
Thank
be
you.
in, if it has to be in by noon,
Slip it under the door.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Colgan.
When I used to sit over there instead of sitting here, you know, there's a whole different perspective, and I got to tell you, I don't want to speak for the rest of you guys, but this has really been fast-paced. I know we've all been aggressive trying to make changes and do things, and trying to get things on the next agenda and trying to concern ourselves with all the other activities that we're involved in has been really rough. And this is definitely going to make things a little easier for us to get an item on the next agenda and do our homework well and not feel that we're so rushed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, yes, I've already submitted some agenda items for the next town board meeting also, so I think that it does allow for a little more time to do research, so thank.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to amend Town Board Policy 2009, Section 7.2, require town board members / town manager to submit proposed agenda items to the town attorney for review no later than 10 working days prior to the meeting, if not at additional cost. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Chair, you might want to poll the members. It might be easier just to go down the line.
All right. On this item, to amend the Town Board Policy 2009, Section 7.2, require town board members, town managers to submit proposed agenda items to the town attorney for review no later than 10 working days prior to the meeting, if at no additional cost. Mr. Waters, yea or nay? Ms. Endersby?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
And I vote aye, so motion carries 5-0. You're welcome. Before we move on to item 13, I would like to take a 10-minute recess. Updates to the board for the purpose of gathering information on relocating the northern border or boundary of Nye County.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm going to let Mr. Garlow do a presentation, tell me what it's all about, and thank you, Mr. Garlow, for waiting for so long.
We need to move them first.
I thought maybe we'd have to put it on the next agenda, but we got here. Okay, I'm asking the board to select an advisory board to research the possibilities of changing a boundary line. It would be the northern boundary line of Nye County, which I have on that map as the solid one. That map was given to me by a group of people to research some years ago. This map also came from Clark County. It didn't come from Nye County, and I'll explain to you why later. What it is we could change the boundary lines by a vote of the people of the county. We don't have to go through the state legislators or the state senate. The counties have the rights to change the boundary lines of their county or any portion thereof as long as the people affected by it vote on it. This here would make our county more manageable. It would make our county smaller. It would also, for those who care, would make Pahrump the county seat. Ismaila County would be involved in this because Ismaila County would have to move its eastern borders because it's against the law to create a new county or to eliminate a county. If we start with 17, we got to end with 17. So you can't create a north and a south Nye counties. So therefore, they would go into Ismaila County. At the time I originally brought this up, Commissioner Eastley and Commissioner Carver were both in favor of this.
Yes.
A friend of mine who is deceased now, Mr. Sheldon Bass, some of you know him, did a business up in Ismaila County, owned property in that, and he spoke to some of the commissioners up there, and they said they would like to hear it, and they would probably be in favor of putting it on a ballot in Ismaila County. The reason is doing the research, I found that at that time, the northern part, which would change into Ismaila County would have $576 per person in tax revenue to spend. We, down here, the three cities, Amargosa, Crystal, and Pahrump, would only have $117 per person. The tax revenue, 9 out of 10 of the top taxpayers comes from northern Nye. Only one comes from down here, and I never got permission to use that person's name, so I won't use it. But the other 9 come from the north. I just want to study to see if we would be able to survive by doing this. And then once we become the smallest county in Nevada, we then would have the opportunity to annex in other parts of Nevada into our county with the people that it would affect voting on it. My wife and I went to Sandy Valley and we met with the people there, and the ones that we met with at the little pizza ice cream place, they all said they'd absolutely want it out of Clark County. They didn't want nothing to do with Clark County at all. Savings we can make, that's what this advisory board would be. Our new census is out, our population count is out. We would need to see what the tax revenue would be to support this idea. The savings that I figured into it the last time had to do with law enforcement, not transporting, not having to cover the whole county. Also, district attorney's office, judiciary, all the justice of peace and everything all through the county. Let's see what else here. Almost everything to do with the county on the transportation. Like we do have the facilities here to become a county, to become the county seat. And therefore, that would save money on all those people. Let's say the treasurer driving up to Tonopah and having to spend 2-3 days there for room and board and that. All that would be gone from the figures. But still, it's going to be hard. But I wanted to start with the town first because Pahrump is 83% of the population. And therefore, I feel without Pahrump, this would never carry, but I want everything to be facts. If the facts are against this idea, I don't want it. If the facts are in favor of this idea, then I would like to see it go forward with the recommendation of the town board
to the county commissioners. Therefore, this would be a county issue, and the county could place it on the ballot. And it'd be little or no cost to the county, it'd be no cost to the town. And I know you're having trouble with advisory boards, but right at this time, and oh, by the way, the map where it came from in Clark County, this map was drawn up with that solid line. This map was drawn up and taken to the county commissioners in Clark County. Nye County was so big, it was just reasonable to be able to annex in part of Nye County into Clark County. This was presented by one of our powerful friends, the Southern Nevada Water Authority. And if you look at this line, it covers the aquifers for both Amargosa and Pahrump and Crystal, all the way down to Sandy Valley. So instead of this being our southern boundary, like they wanted to do, I would rather see it as our northern boundary, because it's illegal for them to take away a county. But it's not illegal for them to annex us. But the only problem they have, the people in the area have to vote in favor of that being annexed. So you will hear from, if you decide to make an advisory board, you will probably hear from some very powerful people. And they're going to tell you, we can't do it. There might be some in this room. They're going to come up here and say, you can't do that. That's illegal. You're going to, and as it moves forward, if it did go to the county commissioners, they're not only going to receive people telling them that they can't do it, they'll probably receive threats. Now, the reason this was brought to me in the first place is at the time they wanted to see about this, I was on a TV show that was #1 in Pahrump, and I sometimes hosted it, sometimes co-hosted, and was a guest. They figured that would be the best way to get the information out at that time. But it didn't go through because all of a sudden our economics went way up and money came in and started building buildings every place and people moving in. And some of the people that were in favor of it kind of backed out on the idea because there was lots of money coming into town. So anyway, now the economic flow, I'd like to see if we would do this, and this could become the new county of Nye, if we would turn out to be a welfare county, or could we be self-sufficient? And once we're smaller, we could take annex in all along the Spring Mountains, all the way down, including Sandy Valley. And all the aquifer will be ours. And that DMZ land that's coming up down south of the Tacoma turnoff between Highway 160 and California, DMZ is getting rid of that land. The ones that have first option on it is Clark County. And that's part of our valley. So I just look at it, this may be the right time, it may not be. If it's not, I'll be the first one to admit and say, no, don't put it on the ballot. If it seems that we could do it, I'd be in support to getting it on the ballot and getting it taken care of. And you create an advisory board, you can bring people in from other advisory boards if you wish. Just so we could get, I know you're having troubles with advisory boards, but I mean, if you wish, people from other advisory boards could join. Town board members could come to it. I would wish some of the county commissioners, because I will need cooperation with the county to get the information on exactly what the tax revenue of today is. Yucca Mountain's not there anymore. Well, it's there, but I mean, we're not getting nothing. So that's left out of the figure. I don't know about the housing, and all the other stuff. We just have, that's why I can't use what I found back then today, because economically everything's changed. But I would just like to ask the town board to consider approving to put together an advisory board for this. And it's under the NRS's 234 and 254 that says that county could change its boundaries with the vote of the people. And therefore, I'll leave it up to you, the town board, if you wish to do such a thing.
Mr. Garlow, could this, I mean, instead of forming a new advisory board, could this be incorporated into the incorporation advisory board? Because some of the information that you're already asking for should be information that's in the incorporation study.
Well, we're going to have to keep the two separate. Remember, the county commissioners will put on the ballot a county issue. The town is going to have to find their own way to put the town issue on, which means you're probably going to have to go out and get a bunch of people, go out and get signatures out on the street corners, like I've had to do in the past. But the county issue, if we present it with a good backup to the county commissioners, like I said, before I knew of two, and I could have probably got the third one, but that would have been breaking the open meeting law, so I didn't. But I may have, but I don't know. But anyway, if we could get that on there, then that way, like I said, we get our county down to a more manageable size. Pahrump becomes the county seat. You got Crystal and Amargosa, and then you could annex in along the Spring Mountains down into Sandy Valley. Those people love to be us. They want out of Clark County. And then your tax revenue would build up. Less population, more tax revenue you got, really. People think of it the other way around, but it's not. The more people you got to support, the less you got per person. That's why up north it was $576 per person, including Esmeralda County. And we were at $117 per person. And that was back when Yucca Mountain and that was there and the economy was good. So this is why if people from the Incorporation Advisory Board want to join in with this and use some of the information found, fine. But we're going to have to keep your incorporation board or incorporation idea separate from making the county smaller. And even if, if we don't make the county smaller and you incorporate Pahrump, good luck if Clark County ever gets away with annexing us, because they're still working on getting enough legislators to get this idea put through the state without a vote. So, but anyway, I would suggest this advisory board, and if anybody else wished to join it from any other, advisory board, be more than welcome, and they can share the information with anybody they want.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
This is not a new idea. I don't know how long you've been working on it, but I go back to Forrest Kalin, who was working on this a number of years ago.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Okay, the people who presented this to me was 3 doctors and 2 attorneys, but I promised not to use their names.
Well,
you mentioned Forrest Kalin. I didn't.
The reason that I mentioned him was he was a neighbor of mine, and he made it a point to say that when he was dividing the county, he was keeping the test site in Yucca Mountain. And I noticed that you also did the same thing.
Sure, but this didn't actually, I didn't do this. I had nothing to do with this map.
Well, his map was similar.
The test site in Yucca Mountain and all the water reserves from Amargosa and Pahrump and that was very intriguing to Southern Nevada Water Authority and to Nye County when they were booming, building the western side of Las Vegas up, and then the need for water going up to Lincoln County and those places and swindling them out of their water.
Well,
so,
Mr. Kalin presented this to the county commissioners. I was at the meeting, and the board was back when it was Candace and Patricia Cox, that crew. And he received absolute silence. They didn't ask a single question. They just nodded and said, thank you. And then he became ill and didn't follow through. So I'm glad that somebody's looking into this, because I'm not sure that it's the answer. I honestly think that incorporation is a better answer, but as you look at the tax dollars, we're not getting our fair share, and we need to do something.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Hennesby.
Yeah, I went in the direction you did. I felt that the Incorporation Advisory Board could form perhaps a subcommittee. They're already in existence. They're going to process the same information or need to look at the same information. And it would save time in preparing the necessary documents for the formation of a new advisory board, as well as the approval process for seating the new members, et cetera, for even a short-term advisory board. So to start looking at something like this immediately, it does seem like it could be an option to put it to the Incorporation Advisory Board, bringing those into that already existing body. So I'm not clear, Mr. Garlow, on why you think that it is something that would cause a conflict?
Well, what I feel is if we take it in as an incorporation thing before the county commissioners, I could almost guarantee you it's going to be turned down. If it's brought in to the county commissioners as a county issue, then we may have a fighting chance. I know the incorporation board, I'd be more than happy to help out the incorporation board. I just want the two issues separated. So that way, when they make a ruling on the county one, they're not also making a ruling on the town one, because they seem to be, they don't like that one. But anyway, we also would have to include Esmeralda County. And we'd have to get the population count from every town in Nye County to figure out exactly what the tax break would be per person. And that would be including Esmeralda County. Because we have to show the people up north who hate us, who will vote for this in a minute because they don't want us around, we got to show them where they would benefit from it. We got to show Esmeralda County where they would benefit from it. So we would have to expand this incorporation board out quite a bit, because we also going to need the population count in Amargosa and Crystal. We're going to need the total tax revenue from those areas too, to break it down to the county on, well, you know, frankly speaking, I think it's going to be very difficult for us to even show that we'd be self-supportive, but we may be. And if we are, I would like to see something like this. Like she mentioned, there was an attorney at one time. I won't mention who the other attorney or the doctors were, but the idea is for us to control ourselves. Our commissioners and everything would come from us. If we get annexed into Clark County, we may as well forget it. I mean, we won't even have a county commissioner or nothing. They got such a population down there to outvote us, we wouldn't have nothing. But I'm just saying that it's time, it's up to you, the town board. If you don't do it, well, you know, I'll go home and go to sleep the rest of the night. I don't care. You know, but I would like to see it go through on the basis, if you put it in with their corporation board, or, you know, that's one thing, but they're going to have to expand it beyond the mile markers of Pahrump Township.
Mr. Chair, I would like to just assure Mr. Garlow, in the formation of the new Incorporation Advisory Board, when talking with some of the new people coming on, their desire really is to do in-depth research into just the issues that you talked about, the finance, the demographics, much of the questions that are out there that people are still questioning why incorporation. To me, if there isn't this, along with incorporation being looked at in a comparison basis, there's not going to be an ability to really divide up the issues. Now, granted, the name of the advisory board is Incorporation Advisory Board, but that doesn't mean that they can't come to other conclusions, and certainly can bring it out into a public forum to be discussed along with incorporation.
Well, if the one board wanted to split it, let's say, to where we had two boards out of one, to where you would be able to present to the people, this is the incorporation board and this is what we found. This is moving the northern boundary on Nye County, and this is what we found. Yeah, I can see that working. But to have it just under incorporation board, I don't think would, you know, because like I said, we got to include everybody in the county and Esmeralda County.
Mr. Chair, just if I may again, to form a subcommittee under that advisory board certainly is doable. It's just a process of the board meeting, and they're going to be meeting on the 16th of March. So that could definitely start the process of looking at the whole way to deliver the information and do the research and bring it out in public workshops and public forums.
Then would you want me to go to that meeting and present this to them, or how would you handle that?
Mr. Chair, that is certainly one option. We could certainly refer this to the Incorporation Advisory Board, let them look at it, see in a deliberative mode what it is that could be done with your participation, along with anybody else that would want to go on the 16th at 6:30 at the Town Annex. Discuss it fully, and then bring it back if you feel that you still want another advisory board formed after that. You could certainly have it reintroduced.
All right, well, that's fine with me.
It's well
I'd
within
rather
the-
you ask than I ask.
It's well within their bylaws that if the Incorporation Advisory Board wants to form a subcommittee, they can do that without prior approval of the board.
Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're mixing apples and oranges here. The only similarity between the Incorporation Board and this proposed board is that they would be looking at some tax information, say sales tax and stuff. The laws, how each are created, are totally different, so there's different research to be done. There's issues about commissioners and all kinds of things. It really is totally different. Incorporation is just talking about the town of Pahrump. This thing is talking about the county. We would have to know the difference of the property tax from, collected in all of Nye County, not what we're going to get, and so on. Sandy Valley, the annexing of that would have to be studied to understand, well, how much more can we recoup from our loss of the northern part of the county. It's really going in a lot different direction once you get some basic information to know what's going on here. Last year, I spoke to the chairman of the SLUPAC, which I can't remember exactly what it stands for, but it's a board that's under the governor's direction. I know it's the SL stands for State Land Use Planning, something or other. And there is a way that this can be done. He told me after doing some research and getting back to me that it's never been done that way, but there's actually a legal way that this, as Mr. Garlow said, that we can do it by a vote. But a lot of information is going to have to be collected, and I think 90% of it's going to be a total different direction than what a corporation is looking to do. And so I think it should be a separate board. At first, I thought it seemed like a pretty good idea because some of the basic things that get started were similar. But once you start thinking about it, like I said, incorporation and all the laws that you create that, and it's really, what are we talking about, the town of Pahrump? This is talking about something bigger. And all kinds of different laws that come into play to actually create this smaller county and everything. And there's so many other things that this board would be looking at that the Incorporation Board would never be looking at. So naturally, I don't see any problem with any board sharing information that they might have. But I really think we need a different board on this, where the people are focused on what this is and all the different laws that come into place.
Point well taken.
Mr. Chair, just to respond, and I understand the complexity of the question, and certainly bringing it together might very well serve the purpose for both, to be able to have them pretty much side by side, because many of the things you talked about are exactly what has to be looked at as far as incorporation. That they really are together. There might be different NRSs that you'd have to research to look at to enact either one, but it seems to me that the research and the deliberation on it are ones that could be held together so that you could do this comparison of either or both or not.
I think what you end up doing is you have a group of people and you're diluting what they're doing, because now they're trying to do too many things, look into too many laws, and things get lost. This is really an important issue. Around the Tacopa turnoff is some land on a BLM disposal list, and due to the withdrawal of construction in Clark County, they're not really sort of pressing for this right now, but we know they're going to recover sooner down the road. And then they're going to be looking at us again and what can happen. And so I think this is a very important issue. Which I'll get into a little bit later under our comments, we saw that Clark County didn't even bother going to their own state facility. They went up to Carson City to fight us on taking over planning and zoning. The last thing these people want us to do is take any power at all here. I think that right now, because of the economy, is a perfect time to really get moving on this thing before things start happening.
I
Ms. Parker.
I have a suggestion, because I see both your points of view, but we haven't, not we, because Caroline, Ms. Indersby, has not spoken yet to the Incorporation Board, and I believe her suggestion to have you come, present it to the Incorporation Board, and then make a decision, because I'm looking at Jeff over there, and he's nodding.
Let's have him come up here.
They may, well, I want to hear what he has to say, but the Incorporation Board may say, we don't want to get involved in that. Okay, fine, then you come to the next town, we'll put you on the next meeting, town board meeting anyway, either way.
Well, there's one more thing I'd like to say, is I know the Incorporation Board and that's been working on this matter, but the reason I put a 6-month limit on this, I figured if we couldn't come up with the facts and figures and get the county to work with us in 6 months, the last committee I volunteered for lasted 7 years. So I have 6 months and that. So we would also need to get it to where we got it on a county commissioner agenda, then they're going to want to research it. And then if they did pass it, then it would have to go on the ballot and it would have to have the pros and cons. But see, where I'm different than most people is I want the facts. If the facts aren't there, if it's not good for us, I don't want it. So I'm neutral on the idea of it. So, you know, if you, everybody on the boards, if they get me, if there's something wrong, I'm not going to cover it up by, let's say, well, in the future we might, or, you know, if we contacted government, they might give us some money or something like that. No, I want to know, can we survive today as a county on our own with just this? If we can't, then I don't want it. But I would be more than happy to go to your Incorporation Board and mention it to them, but I still think we're going to need to separate some because ours consists of a lot more detail outside of the town.
I agree, but they do have a lot of the information that you need regarding Pahrump, which means you won't have to gather it.
Correct.
But let's see what
Mr. Waters wanted to make a comment?
Yes. The question I had, and I think you may have already answered it, do we already have people interested in such an advisory board? It sounds like you do, but.
I've had numerous people tell me that they were, but and until they sign up and say they are, and we can see what they may be special in looking into and that, you know, their expertise. Outside of that, no, I don't have nobody's name sitting here in front of me, but I have had a number of people.
Okay, and
we might be able to get Jeff to even.
And that was my question. The other side to that, and I am all in favor of gathering information because knowledge is power to me, and we want to know what's going on. And this is something that obviously we do not know at this point. When I look at the two boards, and I would encourage you to go to the Incorporation Advisory Board and give the same presentation and talk to them. But at the same time, I think as Mr. Culkin says, I think they need to be separate. Yeah, I've talked to people, and you mention incorporation, you get a whole different response.
Right.
If you mention something about dividing Nye County, you get another different response. So it is really apples and oranges. But the people on the Incorporation Advisory Board could very well serve on this board. I think they should have different names only for that reason. Because if you say incorporation, like I said, you've already got some negativity in there. Now, some people are positive on it, and there are some negative. When you talk about Nye County and how Pahrump can use that, I haven't heard anything negative from the people in Pahrump. They're saying they don't want to do it.
Actually, I've never heard anybody outside of maybe 5 or 6 people in Nye County and a couple hundred out of Clark County that would be against this idea.
And that's why I wanted to separate the two.
I
think it should be separate for that reason. You know. Or have a separate name. Even if they're a subcommittee, it needs to have a separate name. You don't want to mix the apple and the oranges, as Mr. Culkin
Well,
said.
that I agree with completely, because everybody in Nye County, even the people up north, when I spoke to Commissioner Eastley and Carver, they both told me, you probably get 98% of the vote up here because the people can't stand you. You know, they want nothing to do with the South. We would be more than happy to vote for that. Ismarola County, the one commissioner that Mr. Bass knew, mentioned that she believes the whole county would go for it because the county is really hurting and the state isn't helping them as much as they used to. So
then their county seat would be a battle between Goldfield and Tonopah. I really don't give a hoot which one wins. But the thing is I don't know if financially this would work out, but there is places of savings, like I said, in all the departments in the county.
Okay, I would like to add, yes, I do think you should go to the Incorporation Advisory Board meeting and discuss it. And as Ms. Parker said, I think you should be on next town board's agenda with the same information, and then we can either say, yes, you want to move forward separately, or you want to move forward with the Incorporation Advisory Board.
Yes, and with a 10-day window, before noon, tomorrow, you get the agenda item in.
I gotta get it in before noon tomorrow?
That's right. I'm warning you right now.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's too much of a difference, the apple and orange thing, because if the board's doing both things, I think some people aren't going to want to join the thing because they're against the corporation and everything. If it's strictly a board that's dealing with moving the boundary line, there's people who are going to be very passionate about that, want to get working on it. And then if they're on this one board doing everything or kind of whatever, someone's, the chairperson saying, well, you work on this, so maybe it has something to do with the corporation. They don't want to work on it.
Well,
they want to work on dividing the county. So I think you need to have two separate boards where their focus is on that. And if somebody joins it, they know that they're going to the advisory board. They know that that's what they're involved in. That they don't, like I said, somebody that wants to move the county, like I've always felt that was the first choice of trying to take control here, is that I'm not interested in working on incorporation. I want to work on this, and I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to encumber the people coming forward and wanting to get involved with this thing. So I think it should be a separate board.
Let's hear what Jeff has to say.
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
Let's hear what
Okay, well, let's hear Mr. Bobick first, but then I'll make a motion.
All right, Jeff Bobick. I guess I'm still a member of the Incorporation Advisory Board and a prompt citizen. The advisory boards work at the pleasure of the town board. Whatever you want them to do, that's their tasking. And it depends on what you task the Incorporation Advisory Board to work on. My feeling of it was we were to look at all options. We were busy with the incorporation, looking at the incorporation aspects, but all options were on the table. And if you want them to take this on, advisory boards can also change their names depending on their tasking. The tourism board changed its name because its mission changed. And it's really kind of up to the town board to instruct this board, incorporation board, whatever it's going to be, or keep them separate as to what you want its mission to be. And there's also a large shakeup with the Incorporation Advisory Board. It's right now it's going to be a completely different board on March 16th, and I would like to have Mr. Garlow come and actually talk about it, or present his idea to it and see what they think about it. That's what I have to say about that. But there's good arguments on both sides of this that I'm hearing. People who want to split the county aren't going to want to work on a corporation and vice versa. Yet, I think the ultimate goal is the same, and that is to make things better for us in Pahrump Valley. People on both boards are going to want something better for the government of this valley, and in that aspect, they merge together. So I'd say present it to the new incorporation board and see what they think.
Bring it back. I'd like to make a motion that.
We have a motion.
No, he hasn't made it yet. I'm beating him to the punch.
Well, can I ask a couple of questions before you make your motion?
Sure.
How many people do you have now on that advisory board?
That's a good question because I've not seen all of the new applications. We currently have, I believe, 5, and I know there's at least one more application, maybe 2 more.
How many do you need per quorum?
There's 2, yeah.
We need 4 for a quorum. It's a 7-member board with 2 plus 2 alternates, so that makes a quorum of 4.
Do you feel that you got enough work now? So let's say you don't get too many more people. Are you going to be able to spread this out?
That's what I'm hearing. Is it might be a lot of work for one board. We would need to subcommittee it.
Mr. Chair, there is a possibility within all the changes that Mr. Bobeck mentioned that the advisory board could expand to a 9-member board. That those things are all within just amending the present bylaws to expand, to change the name, to form a subcommittee that's going to be called a task force for this specific purpose, but then working together with the main body to bring out all the information, which is, as I said, very similar in the research that needs to be done and the information that'll need to be shared with the public.
I would like to make a motion that we ask Mr. Garlow to present this to the Incorporation Board on March 16th, to get on the agenda tomorrow morning before noon for the next meeting, and come back and you report to us how you feel after talking to the Incorporation Board, how the Incorporation Board feels. Because I'm kind of leaning, I'm actually on the fence, and I'd really like to get the input as to how you interact with the Incorporation Board, how they feel. I think I need that information to make a decision as to whether you should be separate or a subcommittee.
Well, to answer you very honestly, I will work with the Incorporation Board and share information
No
with them.
matter
now.
what, yeah.
But I would still like the two committees with a separate name because I don't want to be put in the paper or on TV as a person who supports incorporation, when for years I said I'll support it once I see how it's going to work, so therefore I will not answer if I am in favor or against it at this time.
Okay,
I would be in favor of this if it's.
I got
Ken.
a call for point of order. That's not the agendized item. The agendized item is to create a board, so we have a choice either creating or not creating it. That's the agendized item.
Yeah, and I'm saying let's make the decision at the next meeting.
Okay.
That's my motion.
So you want to table it till the next meeting?
I absolutely do. Yes.
I
And I
gotta
want
have-
it on the very next agenda after the March 16th.
I gotta have this in tomorrow morning.
Excuse me, if it's tabled, it's already well, it depends on when you table it for. It could already be
can table
tabled
it
for.
and then,
If we table it and set a date, then it's already on the agenda.
Yep, let's table it for the
I'll
next
try to
meeting.
get it done by tomorrow morning.
Well,
Mr.
We're
Koberger.
taking
Mr.
care of
Garlow,
it.
you wouldn't have to because we're tabling it with a
Date.
specific date.
Oh,
So
okay.
it will be on the agenda.
Oh, okay, thank you.
It'll be on the agenda.
Just out of curiosity, if anybody's left in the audience, I wonder if anybody would want to join that
They're
board.
raising hands
There were a
back
couple
there.
hands go up.
You got a
Well,
bunch.
we'd have a few then.
You
Thank
would,
you.
and I'm kind of leaning
All right, so-
toward two boards.
I'd
but-
like to know if Mr. Garlow feels that the suggestion is acceptable.
Pardon me?
Is it acceptable to you?
It's acceptable. I will go to their meeting on the 16th, and I will present it to the Incorporation Board that we will do what we can, and any information they need that we can help with, we will. But our agenda item's going to be for the whole county to change this here northern boundary.
You might recruit some people off of their board too,
I already tried. He said no.
Jeff's the best.
Okay, so Ms. Parker made a motion to table this until the next meeting.
I'll second it, being as Mr. Garlow agrees.
Any further discussion from the board? Any discussion from staff? We'll open it up to public comment.
You don't have to do public comment because it's tabled.
Well, I want to say something anyway, table or not. It is mixing apple and oranges, Harley. There's going to be two different.
State your name, please.
Don Cox.
Thank you.
There's going to be two different types of tax base here. You're going to have one for a city, and you're going to have one for the county. You can't mix the two. And he is right. If you put that incorporation board with this here committee, they're going to be thinking there's going to be some shady dealings going on, and it'll never get done. Incorporation in this town, I've been saying it for a year now, and I'll say it tonight. After what was done up in northern Nevada, corporation's done. These people ain't going to vote for it. And I think you need to have it one committee strictly for this split in the county. I'm all for it. I think it's a great idea. And I think it's going to be easier to do than trying to incorporate. You bring that incorporation in here with these guys, you're going to create a problem. It won't get done. Please, let them have their own separate board. Jeff's got to do what he's got to do. Garlow's got to do what he's got to do. And I saw a lot of hands go up back here for this new board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Stevens. I usually, prompt taxpayer, I usually don't agree with Mr. Cox, but I agree with him 100% here on this here. It's two different issues. I might agree, I'd have to look into it, agree with Mr. Carlo, but this incorporation board, everybody knows I'm 100% against it. I don't think it's gonna go anyway, like he said. Been over 3 times, 2 or 3 times they've had it. I went to all the meetings last year. How many people you think was there? 4 people. Might have been 5 at one of them meetings. She was there at all of them. But I'd like to find out. He talks a little sense with this incorporation. It's good to have these boards. I'm not against that. I wish them luck. But I am 100% against it. Most people don't understand that it's going to cost them more money. They tell you, oh, 3% and all this kind of stuff. That's just a bunch of baloney, boy. It's going to cost you about 50% or more. I've checked into this pretty good. I got a folder that thick. I got all the stuff out of Fernley up there. We got it on the computer. I'd be glad to let any of you see it. I've got it home. I think I can find it. And I know a little bit more about this incorporation stuff than people think. People think I don't know anything, but I know a little bit about this. And I won't vote for it. And I know, Jesus, I haven't found anybody yet until lately. They're all incorporating it around here. It's not going to work. But I encourage you to go ahead. Good. Makes for a good conversation here. Thank you. I'm not gonna. Can I save them minutes, seconds? Okay.
No, they don't roll over, Dave.
Huh?
They're not rollover minutes.
They should be. I want that to go in effect. Rollover minutes. Thank you. Mr. Smith, you got the floor.
It's Robert Smith. I got a couple of questions here. How come that several of you members here are so adamant about this incorporation that's been turned down 3 times? You don't seem to get the message. And you don't realize what this is going to, splitting this county in half is going to do. It'll save this town approximately $22 million by splitting this county in half. After that, you got the opportunity to annex Sandy Valley, clear to Highway 215. After that, you come back and start pounding on the BLM, acquire 5 and 10 acre parcels. Get companies that will move in here and provide 100, 200, 300 jobs. Give them the 5 acres free and give them to them tax free for 5 years. Then you'll have the opportunity to do something with this reservoir over here that should have been here a long time ago to stop the flooding here. The Corps of Engineers built Hoover Dam. I don't think it would be such a big project to come down here and make a reservoir below the mountain here, use it for recreation, use it for water purposes or whatever it be. Corporation is not the way to go. I don't know why several of you people are so adamant about it. Do you understand it's been turned down 3 times? Carolyn?
Mr. Smith, all we're talking about doing is possibly getting one board to do 2 jobs.
No, that don't work. You don't go at two different things with one board.
Okay.
I mean, let's do things right for a change in this town. Like I said a long time ago, this town hasn't made its first baby step yet, and you're trying to put it in a running mode. This could be a nice town, but it needs a whole lot of work and a whole lot of cleaning up. I mean, the two of you on the end here, you haven't been here long enough to really know what this town is. You need to talk to some of the people that's been involved with this town for 10, 15, 20, 25 years. And I think you'll change your mind, because the incorporation's going to do nothing but cost the people of this town money. You're going to have a mayor. You're going to have your own police department.
You're getting off the subject of making these two boards.
Well, I mean, incorporation needs to be killed dead in the water.
Incorporation is not what we're talking about.
I know it isn't.
Well, you keep talking about it.
But you're talking about combining both the groups.
I'm talking about multitasking.
You're talking about incorporation and cutting the county in half.
Talking about multitask.
It don't work that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Will Bond. I'm a citizen of Pahrump. One thing that everybody up there is fully aware of, and that is the fact that Clark County looks at our biggest asset as the water rights. And I was told by a person in very high circles in the Las Vegas area that what Clark County would like to see is they would like to see us divide the county, and then they would annex the southern part of it to get the Pahrump water rights. So that's something to keep in mind. It may be imagination, it may be a dream, but that person said that they were looking at that very seriously. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in view of what he said, if we were to move the boundary line, we would be awful small, and Clark County can't annex a county. So there would be nothing left. So that's why we do need to move this boundary line.
Mr. Chair, since you're taking board member comment, I'll entertain mine, if I could, please.
Go ahead.
As far as incorporation goes, that question is one that I have an open mind, as Mr. Garlow has said, that he has an open mind about the issues in front of him. It does seem, though, that the question of what is best for Pahrump keeps coming up as what do we do that could really move us forward. This town has been in existence for over 50 years. And there's been many, many efforts in various directions. And I certainly think comparing apples and oranges is okay. There's nothing wrong with seeing which one comes out to be the best for the town of Pahrump.
Ms. Cox.
Yeah, Donna Cox. I'd like to kind of warn you that time is of the essence here, if the rumors I hear are correct. We have the Las Vegas Valley Water District has an agenda item on the water board here to divert water from Nye County to Clark County. I don't know how many of you are aware of that, but that's coming up. And the date slips my mind right now, but it's already been announced in the paper. And this is going to have to be two separate boards. They are, as Harley says, I would like to see this board formed, and I would like to see it formed as soon as possible, and I would like to see Harley be the liaison between the town board and the people. This can be done without you. It can be done without it going from the town board. It's basically the same thing as incorporation. The people just have to get a petition together, get 60% of the people that voted in the last election, and it will go in front of the county commissioners, and they have no choice but to hold an election on it. So it does, but you know, you're talking about a very wide area. All the figures that were given to the incorporation board last time around will all have to be refigured. If you get figures from the state, they're based on population. Well, we now have a new census. We have new population. It dropped from 38,000 something down to 36,000. And plus, when we're working with figures for county-wide with the splitting of the county. So that's going to be based on even a different population, because you're going to be including Armagosa Valley, you're going to be including Sandy Valley. It's going to be a whole totally different thing. You're going to have to be looking at figures from Clark County as well as figures from Nye County. You need to keep these boards separate. I don't think there's any choice here, but it does need to be done as soon as possible. And I do have the law for it. It's NRS 243.460, if anybody would like to look that up. I don't have extra copies of it tonight, unfortunately, but that's what I'm quoting from with the 60%. But please, please, I mean, you spend a lot of money doing a lot of other things. Please make a separate board for this. And I would be willing to sit on it. I see Sandy had her hand up. There's several other people. But we need to move it as soon as possible to protect our water. It's even more important than incorporation and money at this point, because without water, we're going to have nothing. Clark County has been for years trying to get our water, and they will never quit. Somebody's got to stop them. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, would I be able to address the board one more time? Would that be possible?
Right after Mr. Waters, please.
Okay.
I'd just like to correct something Ms. Cox said, because I agree with everything she said. But you said
Thank
that
you.
for incorporation, they need 60% of the people who voted.
No, I meant
It's
for...
15%.
No, I meant for...
Okay.
For splitting the county, 60%.
Okay.
Incorporation, we needed, what, 18,000 and something people? 18,000, or
1,800.
1,842, I believe. it was.
1,840.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, what I'd like to bring up is a gentleman a couple of minutes ago. He was correct about they want our water, but the idea is we're not splitting the county to a North Nye and a South Nye. You cannot create a county. We would be Nye County. They cannot annex a whole county. They can't take away a county. But for the size we are now, they could go down the same line and make a reasonable argument that Nye County's too big, and it's only reasonable that this part be annexed into Clark County. And then they'd have total control of our water. So he's right completely, except for that if we do move the northern boundary, that's not when they could annex us in. It's if we don't move the northern boundary, they can annex us in. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, see, it's going to be a big project in itself to determine where this boundary line should be. We just see a line on a map. I'm looking at this and I see Beatty north of the line. Why would we want to give up that revenue from all those people that drive by and stop there and gas up, as an example, and so on? So that in itself is going to be a little bit of a project to determine where this line really should be in the best interest of the remaining Nye County. And that's just another example of why it really needs to be a separate board.
Well, let's make the decision at the next.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table and a second to table this until the next meeting and put it on the agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed?
I'll go on. I didn't raise my I'm asleep. Yes.
Aye?
Yeah, aye. There we go.
5-0.
5-0.
You motions, second, isn't it?
Brings us to item number 14, discussion possible decision to fund the Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board's annual Earth Day Festival in the amount not to exceed $2,000.
Good evening, my name is George Sossman. I'm the chairman of the Nuclear Waste Advisory Board, and we have put together a pretty good Earth Day for this year, and it looks like the thing that we need funding for most is advertisement. We actually have got, we've managed to get people from the county, from Albertsons and groups like that to provide us with the giveaway items, which we were dropped from the original request, and we brought this down to, I believe it was $1,300, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Waters, is that right?
That's correct.
We've got people who are providing us with additional posters and things like that from UNLV. We've got some commitments from the people at the museum that have some additional things that we can use to show for the nuclear waste part of it. And as far as the environment goes, we've... I'm sorry. I can quit if you want.
He's tired.
Yeah. We've also got, we decided to change the way that we're doing things from the way that have been done in the last few years, and we're going to go with some commercial enterprises too. So we've asked some of the people to come in and told them that they would be able to sell things that involve environmental We're allowing them to do things like put up their new environmentally sound swamp coolers. We've got some people even coming in that are going to be making T-shirts for us for Earth Day and stuff like that. We didn't ask them for contributions, and we'll see what we can get from them from then on. And then also we've asked the Sierra Club to come and help us too. So we've got quite a larger group and more diverse group than we've had before. So that's why we're asking you for these funds.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Ms. Parker?
I've always been a supporter of your Earth Days. I think I've been to all of them. And I would like to, a motion to approve your request for funds not to exceed $1,300 from the Economic Development Room Tax Fund.
I second.
And would you please tell everybody the date of Earth Day?
I'm sorry, we're looking at the 23rd of April.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'm a little unclear. The request was for $2,000, and then we have a staff recommendation to lower it for $1,300, but it sounded like you had said something about that you lowered your request, or?
Yeah, what we did, because part of it, some of the things that were put in there were giveaways and stuff like that. For example, Albertsons gives us reusable grocery bags and things like that. So we were able to pick up giveaways from vendors and people like that that will not cost the town anything. So we were able to reduce it. But what we've done is we put together the regular budget request, the way that we were told to do, the way that Mike said for us to do, and we've got this all set up.
Okay, so the 1,300 is acceptable?
Yes,
to
sir.
you? Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's what I wanted to.
Oh, okay, yeah,
I just want
1,300
to make sure
acceptable.
that, that's what you wanted.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, point of order. Could we, Mr. Balakwe, could you ask the gentleman to take their conversation out? Thank you.
All right, you guys.
Okay, but we have a motion on the floor to fund the Earth Day not to exceed 2,000 from the room tax fund.
No, 1,300. Not to exceed 1,300.
You said 2,000, he
No,
corrected.
1,300. I read it right off of here. 1,300.
Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can go down, you just can't go up, unless it was agendized that way.
That's why I marked it.
Yeah, 1,300.
Okay, so the motion is to fund the Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board's annual Earth Day Festival in the amount not to exceed $1,300 from the room tax fund.
From the Economic Development. I'm getting specific. Economic Development Room Tax Fund.
Economic Development Room Tax Fund.
Yeah.
And it was seconded. Any further discussion from the board? Any discussion from staff? Any public comment?
Bruce Colley. How much money you need, George? $2,000 serve you better?
Yeah, but
Couldn't you use that to make this a larger, more productive event, draw in more tourism if you had that little extra to play with?
No.
You could not, you don't.
We don't, because of the way we're set up right now, we're not prepared to spend any more for anything except the advertisement. We've kind of moved it out in a different direction than we were before. We're not using a lot of government funds.
Okay, you couldn't use that.
1,300's good.
It's okay with you, okay. I was just gonna say, this economic room tax, the tourism board, I see meeting in and meeting out, 5,000 here, 15,000 here, 3,000 to put magazine in the kiosk, $3,000 for one of the board members and 4 of the girls to take a trip up to Reno a couple weeks ago. We never heard any reports or anything on anything that was done up there. I guess they just took a couple of days to go up there and kick back. 25,000. Anyway, I didn't want to see George get shortchanged because we have room tax money for everything else in and week out. But if he's fine with it, I can go with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Mr. Cully, we want to make sure that they are funded to what they really need. and they will have to return any funds not used. So in the meeting, we agreed that that's the amount they would ask for.
Yeah, I just didn't want them to come up short. I wanted to have the funds available if they needed it to make the event a better event.
Agree with you
I'm not
completely.
trying to take it away from them.
Agree with you.
But I think it should be taken away from a lot of other things that we give away, like $5,000 for the branding contest, which they didn't pay off. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 15, discussion on a plan of action for the Town of Pahrump Business License Ordinance and Resolution.
I just wanted to let the staff, let you guys know, the town board, 5 up there, that we're in the process of rewriting the business license ordinance. We've created a resolution for the fees associated with the business license, and staff's going to be presenting it to the business community to get their input. So for the next 4 weeks, and it'll be probably throughout all of April, we'll be presenting it with the help of the chamber to the business community, because this affects the business community, and we're going to get their input on it, and then we'll bring all their input back to the town board and let you know where we came out. But I just want to let you know what we were doing, and that we're going out to the business community in conjunction with the chamber to get them to put their input in on what we would like to do with the fees.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Kohlbarger, what's your goal that you're trying to accomplish here?
$12 million a year annually.
I mean, is your goal to raise more money, or is it to try to help businesses?
No,
that's what I'm getting at.
We're trying to hit both goals.
If you could elaborate.
Trying to hit both goals, actually, sir. We want to hear what the business community has to say. We've come up with some fees that in some cases may lower, and in some cases may up.
Okay, so you're trying to rectify the disparity, as an example, that Walmart, as an example, pays the same amount as somebody who doesn't have any employees, one person.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what I was getting at.
He doesn't feel well.
Any other questions from the board?
I know how he feels.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that there's an opportunity for town board input. I know the previous Pahrump Down Board resolution was adopted back in '97. I'm not sure that we've all had an opportunity to really review that and compare it with what the staff is coming up with. Is that going to be coming forward so that the board can review what you have?
She wants to
No, not until we get the input from the business community, is what I stated. We want the business community's input before we bring it to the town board. That way, we won't need to discuss much, and we'll be able to lay it all out. Everything will be done. And my time's up good.
Yeah.
No, and of course, the town board's going to have a say with it because it's your resolution. But with the business community's say and input, they're the ones that are being affected by this. They're the ones who have the say and should have the say, and we'll bring all that back to the town board and lay it out for you at that time.
Well, one of the concerns is that under the specific requirements to revise ordinances, you do need to have public hearings. And so that has to be different, I would think, than going to one small group.
A public hearing, ma'am, is bringing it to the town board to
No,
be
there's
discussed.
other processes to revise ordinances other than
No, this
just
is
town
not.
board.
We're breaking the fees out of the ordinance, putting
we
in a
did the
resolution,
trash.
because if fees change, and if they're in an ordinance, then you have to go through all the advertising and the public hearings and all that stuff, and it's very costly. But if you put them into a resolution, it's very easy to change them by creating another resolution, which doesn't have to go through all the process that an ordinance does. And that's what we're doing. We're breaking the fees out. We're putting it into a resolution and then rewriting the ordinance. We're actually trying to become paperless.
It's what we did with the cemetery fees.
Right. That's what we did, cemetery fees. And again, the fees, since they're directly related to the businesses, we're going to the business community to get their input, and then we'll bring it to the town board. That way, we're not wasting time, and we're coming back with a lot of facts instead of innuendos and maybes and what-ifs.
I don't happen to see any fees in the resolution, which is 97.2.
Been a bunch of them.
We're creating new, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not making myself clear here. We're creating a new resolution and putting all the fees into it.
Oh, putting them in, I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry if I didn't
wasn't-
say that. I thought I'd said that.
You might have, I'm sorry. I
And-
didn't. I thought they were in there. Thank you.
All right. And again, I just put this on the agenda because I wanted you guys to know what we're doing. I'm giving you a heads up.
I appreciate
Trying to be more
appreciate that.
transparent, more communication.
Yes.
Any other comments from the board?
Well, yeah, I've been bugging him about it for months, so we can stop bugging him now.
Okay. And this is a non-action item, so thank you very much, Mr. Colberger.
You're welcome, sir.
Brings us to item 16,
Yes.
discussion, possible decision concerning consent agenda items A and B minus the February 8th, 2011 board minutes.
And we'll move that we pass the consent items A and C and item B for the minutes January 25th.
C was voted on earlier.
That's right, C was. A and B with January 25th minutes only.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 17, future meetings, workshops, dates, times, and locations. Town of Pahrump budget workshops.
Nope. You need to,
C was moved to the regular agenda and voted on.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you need to address the minutes of February 8th for us to vote on.
No, they've been pulled.
Oh, you moved it, okay.
We removed those because there's something that has to be researched.
Oh, I see.
Like-
I thought we were going to point out the things that were wrong.
No, there's a question as to something that was.
Can I trouble you guys to discuss this after the meeting, and we will move on to future meetings, workshops, times, dates, and locations? We have the Town of Pahrump budget workshops scheduled for March 29th, 30th, and 31st, 2011, at 6 PM at the Town Annex. Any other meetings or workshops?
March 16th.
March 23rd is the pool pack workshop.
Any more from staff?
Yeah, can everybody on the town board make the 29th, 30th, and 31st budget workshops, please?
Let's just do one day like we have in the past.
No, I just wanted to know if everybody can make those 3 days.
Mr. Waters,
Mm-hmm.
can you make those 3 days?
What time?
6 PM.
Can that make the 31st?
Not the 31st.
I can't make the 30th or 31st.
Not the 30th or 31st.
All right.
Ms. Endersby.
Yes, I can.
March?
March 29th, 30th, and 31st.
This time, I have no problem.
Ms. Parker.
The 29th.
29th, you can't?
I will be there on the 29th.
And I am available all 3 of those.
Good, all right. Well, we usually can get through it on one day, so hopefully we won't have to go 3, but we always make it 3 just in case. Thank you.
Anything from the public? Seeing nobody getting up? Yes, Mr. Collins. That's why it's been removed, is to find out. We're working on it.
Of all the items to be kind of aired,
Item number 18, town board member comments. Any comment from the board?
Yes.
Mr. Waters,
I'd like to start with,
turn on your mic.
That's a good place to start.
okay, I'd like to start with something that we hear about quite often, and I didn't want to say it during the announcement time, but just to talk about our community garden. It's something in our community that a lot of people support, and we hear it on K&I from Karen Jackson. I think she's doing a wonderful job on that, and if anybody is interested in the community garden, contact K&I, Karen Jackson. Again, it's something for our community, and I think it's very, very worthwhile. My other comment is, I know we're waiting for the attorney to provide us a revised contract for the town manager so we can fine tune it. And we need it as quickly as possible so we can move forward. We haven't received that yet, and I'm getting a lot of questions from people. The questions I have is, when do we expect to see the revised contract? That would be from our attorney. How do we publicize the new contract once it's completed? Because we do want to publicize it. When do we advertise to fill the position, which I'm sure we have to do? And how do we advertise to fill the position? And we also want community input, so what do we do in that regard? And I think I said too, and I'd like to say again, I know we can't discuss it with each other outside of an open meeting, but once we look at it and once we agree on exactly what it is we're looking at, I would have no problem with the chairman and the vice chairman making the final decision. Just wanted to go ahead and say that publicly.
Thank you. Ms. Henderson.
Yes, I just want to advise, as far as putting putting agenda items under the new timeline, I have submitted a couple of agenda items just to give everybody a heads up that Mr. Brian Coonsey has been asked to do a presentation, and he's agreed and will be in attendance on the 22nd, as well as an agenda item to develop a Town of Pahrump Community Event Center Solutions Task Force to look at the Bob Roode Community Center and bring citizens in to review the information and come up with suggestions for the town board. And also, just a note that we are looking at having a community, what are we calling it? A joint conversation that the League of Women Voters has agreed to facilitate and to plan, and that's for April. If you haven't noticed, the City of Las Vegas and the City of North Las Vegas are holding joint city council meetings to talk about some of the situations they're facing with budget and with other joint sharing of responsibilities. So hopefully their efforts and success will be the same as ours. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I thought I would share with the public our experience addressing Senate Bill 155. So,
Tell them to be sure and pick up
yeah.
copies too.
Well, yep. Again, I've got, if you'd like to support that, that's where the town will take over planning and zoning. I did put some over there. I don't know if there's any more left, but if there isn't, get a hold of me and I'll make sure you get one. It's got pictures and contact information for all the people that run that Senate committee that you would need to contact and tell them you'd like to see the town take over planning and zoning. Well, we went to the Mrs. Parker and Mr. Kohlbarger and myself to save you money. We went to the State Building in Las Vegas, and we were the only ones there except for the representative from the planning office here, the Nye County Planning Office.
And he was neutral.
And he said he was neutral, and actually I don't even know what he said, so I guess he didn't say anything too important. And interesting enough, Clark County flew all the way up to Carson City. I guess they wanted to lobby a little bit with some of those people to fight this issue. And also Commissioners Easley and I was spacing out.
Dan Shinhofen.
Yeah, Dan
Mr.
Shinhofen. Commissioner Shinhofen, they flew up to Carson City and addressed the legislature.
She drove.
Oh, she drove. That's right, she's closer. Whatever, they went to Carson City. So, interesting enough, anyway, I gave after Mrs. Parker spoke, And I gave a three-page speech stating a bunch of things that I thought had been going on here, including the amount of pet money that counties collected, where is it, and so on. I said a lot of things, and interesting enough, Commissioner Eastley did not say anything about what I said. Instead, her position was that the town of Pahrump couldn't afford to take over planning and zoning because the county spent millions of dollars in all this endeavors. And I'm thinking, oh, there's a bunch of smoke and mirrors, I'm sorry, but why would the town have to spend any money taking over planning and zoning? We simply accept what's there. Then we start throwing things out, but that's another story. Whatever Commissioner Shinhoffen said, and by the way, Commissioner Eastley said she was neutral, but it didn't sound too neutral to me. How about you?
No, no.
Commissioner Shinhoffen said the same thing, and there was another case of, I'm not sure what he said. It must not have been too much because I don't remember even 5 minutes later, so I don't even know why he went up there. And the interesting thing happened was that I've always been told, and my research has told us, that Pahrump is the largest unincorporated town in the state of Nevada. And I think another town that's unincorporated is the town of Dayton, which is east of Carson City. So it was pretty amazing when Clark County claimed that they had these, like Paradise. I know I've driven by the sign somewhere right in the middle of Vegas. And all this, they said, oh, well, we got 70,000 in our town. We got this. We can't have a bunch of towns having their own planning department and everything. Well, Mr. Kohlbarger, being rather astute on state law, said, wait a minute. He went up and readdressed them and told them, the board, that this town of Pahrump was created under a law that had nothing to do with what they were talking about. They're simply advisory boards, as is all other towns in Nye County. And it had nothing to do with this. So we're going to rectify that by simply putting a population cap. So if you're an unincorporated town within 24,000 to 400,000, which of course leaves Clark County out because they have 2 million people, then that's when this law would take effect, that an unincorporated town would have the option, that they can option, to take over planning and zoning. And I don't have to go on a big story of what's been going on in planning and zoning. I think we'd all agree that it's purposeful in driving out business. And this town has a right to control its own destiny. So I hope you'll support this and pick up one of the flyers over there. And if they're gone, get a hold of me and I'll give you the contact information. And of course, you can get a hold of me at 727-1525. And speaking of my contact information, I've had people say that they don't have something to write, or we're speaking to a television here. They'd like to hear all of our contact information so they can get a hold of us. So if the other board members would want to volunteer a phone number, that would be great, because we do want to communicate with the public. And after that, I'll stop talking.
Well, I wasn't really going to say much of anything tonight, but I will say that I have been told that Senator McGinnis will be meeting with the Clark County people to resolve the issue over the townships and our bill. And you can find me at 764-8809. And I don't think I have to say that because they find me. And I want to wish everybody a good night and thank you for staying so late.
Anything else?
Well, since they've given out the phone numbers, I guess I can give out my phone number, 764-0949, if anybody would like to call me.
I'm sorry, I don't remember mine. It's on the website, though.
That's what I was going to say. They're all posted on the town's website, but mine is 764-0751. And with that, we'll close town board member comment and move on to the town manager's report.
Yeah. I gave you our top 9 goals just to let you see what the town manager department has been working on. Laid them out again, put down, not quite ready for prime time, but I just want to show town board what type of areas we were looking at as a group, what type of projects we want to tackle and what we're doing. Also, Dr. Waters asked about this question, and so I thought I'd get an answer back. The TV translator stations that we brought to the town board that Vern Van Winkle from KPVM-TV helped to save money on. The applications have been applied for. We have a special temporary authority to operate the above captioned low-powered television and television translator stations, In light of the facts set forth therein, your request for special temporary authority is hereby granted to operate the station in accordance with the specifications in the above application. This authority is conditioned upon the avoidance of interference to any existing facilities. We had to remember we had to redo a little bit of our licensing and stuff because the tower wasn't supposed to be in the place it was, and actually it was, but we had to refix all the FCC licensing. So the process has started. It's pretty much almost complete. And in the process, the St. Clair group out of Colorado is also applying for grants to purchase different equipment for us. And he thinks that he'll be able to save the town 50% on the cost of this other equipment. So as more information becomes available, I'll let you know. But he did what he said, and we saved roughly $3,500. And again, I'd like to thank Vern Van Winkle, KPVM-TV, for putting us in touch with the gentleman that helped him do his tower.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Seeing no questions, meeting's adjourned.